We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. I want to remind everybody to please put your phone on silent. We'll try to remind you to turn it back on after the meeting. We're going to call the meeting to order. Would you please stand for the invocation and pledge?
Please pray with me if you'd like to. Almighty God, as we stand before you today, we humbly ask you to watch over those who are struggling with the day-to-day life challenges and guide them to a path to a brighter future. Reminding all that even in challenging circumstances, there is hope and someone to lend a hand. Lord, please continue to guide this board as they make the necessary and difficult decisions to put this county in the best position to be successful for the future and to continue to create opportunities. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there approval for the agenda?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. There's no presentations. We'll open it up to public comment. If you'd like to come forward at this time, this is for anything excluding public hearings later this evening. And I have been told that Felicia Valdez would like to speak out on the item on consent for 9I2. Is she here? Good evening. We, under our consent agenda, it's not part of the public to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and let you have your time to speak now if you'd like. I was told you want to speak on item 9I2.
Yes, Felicia Valdez. I live at Ocean Harbor North on A1A on North Hutchinson Island. And the red-tail hawk property is adjacent to ours. And we're carefully watching everything that comes before the Board of County Commissioners. We noticed the traffic study had been waived and wondered if the traffic study had been waived for the development down the street from it. That would be at 4810 and 4802 A1A. The red-tail hawk property is right across from Ocean Resorts, and they have a blinking light and walk path back and forth across A1A to the beach, as does Ocean Harbor North. And I've looked at the site plan. I'm maybe just not able to really see where they come out on A1A, if there's more than one egress and ingress, or does that not impact any of the walkways there? Will they create new walkways? There's a lot more traffic now than there was in 2004 when which was the demise of the restaurant there. So those are just things that we're wondering about. Then I'm also on the executive committee of the North Beach Association, and this project is also on their radar. And they asked me to come tonight and just make sure we stay up to date on what was happening, and wanted to question a little bit why the county was waiving the traffic impact study.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Are you giving us all crayons tonight?
Oh, I would love to. I have them available. Oh, anyway, good evening, Commissioner Dazowski, Commissioner Linda Varts, Commissioner Jamie Fowler, and Commissioner Kathy Townsend, and Larry Litz. I'm Jeannie Johansson, President of the Fort Pierce Art Club, and I'm here with my members to invite you to Color Fort Pierce Beautiful, honoring Edwin Benny, the creator of Crayola Crayon, on March 30th at Riverwalk, 600 North Indian River Drive, Fort Pierce. The event is free to the public from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Edwin Benny was a resident of St. Lucie County and was generous and civic-oriented, an inventor, a CEO of numerous companies, and a developer who cared about people and the environment. His contributions to St. Lucie County continue to benefit the county. They are the building of the Fort Pierce Port, the expansion of the Fort Pierce Inlet, the donation of land to the U.S. Coast Guard, the Sea Scouts, and other properties to both the county and the city, along with saving the St. Lucie Bank and Trust from default during the Depression. The St. Lucie children and adults should be honored that such a man lived and worked in St. Lucie County. Edwin Binney helped his neighbors. He even plowed and shaled Indrio Road and planted the trees that were himself, it was written up that he hurt his back doing it on Indrio Road. Here in St. Lucie County, he was so loved that on the day of his funeral in 1934 in Connecticut, he died in Florida, but his funeral was in Connecticut. Local businesses here closed in his honor. His legacy lives on in other parts of the country, but here he has been forgotten. Last year, the Fort Pierce Art Club submitted Edwin Binney to the Florida Hall of Fame for his philanthropic contributions to Florida, the United States, and the world. Edwin Binney used millions of his own dollars, which would equate to billions today, to innovate, create, and improve our world. Join us on Saturday, March 30th at Riverwalk as we celebrate with his company, Crayola, his inventions and his history in St. Lucie County. If you can't make it, please visit the St. Lucie Regional History Museum and learn more about this great former resident. We would like to thank the St. Lucie Historical Museum, the Clerk of Court, the property appraisers, and the tax collectors in helping us get the data we needed to submit his information to the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question.
Jeannie, hang on 1 second.
Just a real quick question. What was it that you called the event?
It's called Color Fort Pierce Beautiful.
Thank you.
Honoring Edwin Binney. It's long. But it's going to be beautiful.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marla Akini. Akini is spelled A-K-I-N-I. This is my husband, Akini. And we are new to the area, and we started a recreational program for basketball, and it's called Sand Hill Crane Basketball Club. I just came here to introduce myself. It is co-ed, ages 5 to 17, 18. So, yeah.
Do you have a contact phone number?
Yes, I do. It's 850-321-2783. And the email address is sandhillcranebasketballclub@gmail.com.
Okay, and the phone number again is,
I'm sorry,
just say this phone number one more time.
850-321-2783.
I was just saying it because there's people watching at home. So I was just going to let you.
Also, the evaluation is this March 16, starting at 8 o'clock, ages 5 through 17. We are going to teach the kids leadership skills through basketball. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Is there anybody else? Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. We'll move on to item 7, proclamations. We're going to have Katie read the proclamation this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 24037, a resolution proclaiming the month of March 2024 as Irish American Heritage Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. By 1776, nearly 300,000 Irish national immigrated to the American colonies and played a crucial role in America's war for independence. 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence were of Irish descent, and 3 were Irish-born. Irish Americans helped to fashion a system of government for our young nation. 22 presidents have proudly proclaimed their Irish American heritage. In 1792, Irish-born James Hoban provided the architectural plans for the White House and served as one of the supervising architects for the construction of the Capitol. Irish-born Commodore John Barry was recognized by the United States Congress in September of 2002 as the first flag officer of the United States Navy and fought the last sea battle of the American Revolution off the coast of Florida. In 1813, Captain Oliver Perry, an Irish American, achieved a major naval victory in the Battle of Lake Erie. In 1942, the 5 Sullivan brothers made the ultimate sacrifice during the naval battle of Guadalcanal and later had the destroyer USS Sullivan commissioned in their memory. The Irish first came to Spanish La Florida in the 1500s, first as missionaries and mercenary soldiers, and then as planters, traders, businessmen, doctors, and administrators. 3 of the Spanish governors were Irish military officers: Friar Richard Arthur, an Irish priest who was appointed parish priest for the St. Augustine in 1597, and ecclesiastical judge of La Florida. Established the first public school in America and opened it to the boys and girls of all races. Andrew Jackson, whose family came from County Antrim, served as Florida's military governor following its acquisition by the United States. Irish Americans, since America's inception, have provided leadership and service to this nation's political, business, and religious establishments. It is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and many valuable contributions of Irish Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida, hereby proclaims the month of March 2024 as Irish American Heritage Month in St. Lucie County, Florida.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations. We have Mr. Rick Lynch with us this evening. Ray? Ray, I'm sorry. Okay. Here's a proclamation. If you want to say a few words and then just join us up front, we'll take a picture of the group. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to take a couple of brief minutes to thank the St. Lucie County Commissioners, joining in with the governor and 73 other municipalities across the state, proclaiming March 2024 as Irish American Heritage Month. Like I said, my name is Ray Lynch. I'm the National Secretary for the Ancient Order of Hibernians. We are the largest Irish American group outside of the island of Ireland. We have Hibernians in every single state. Within the state of Florida, we have 15 divisions, one right in St. Lucie County, which I am the president of. And also we have 797 active Hibernians within the state of Florida. So on their behalf, I would like to thank you for this resolution and wish you all a happy and merry St. Patrick's season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My computer just died. Okay, is there approval for the minutes on February 20th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Move on to consent. I just want to pull, I'm going to pull 9I2, and if Ben or Corey could come up real quick, please. And we'll address the concerns of the resident, Mrs. Felicia Valdez. And then I want to mention 9J1 and 9J2, if Josh can come up behind that. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Ben Balser, Planning and Development Services Director. For the record, the traffic impact statement waiver stems from a major site plan application that staff is currently reviewing on North Hutchinson Island. It's at the site of the old P.V. Martin's site, if you're familiar with that. The application under review is for a multifamily condo project. It has 20 units. That engineer for the project, they submitted a traffic impact statement, which represented that the project was going to have a de minimis impact on A1A, roughly 135 trips or daily trips. So that is why staff is recommending approval of the complete traffic impact report waiver, which is a much more labor-intensive engineering study because it is really not going to be too impactful on A1A.
Thank you.
Mhm. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Thanks. And then Josh, if you could just speak on 9J1 and 2 about the match with director and the Fish and Wildlife Conservation.
Yes, good evening, members of the board, Chairman Townsend. Joshua Revoord, Director of Port Inlet and Beaches for St. Lucie County. In regards to the first item, in regards to director and the FDOT grant that we're receiving, upon coming into this position, I was noticed that we were in receipt of $1.5 million for terminal improvements, specifically pavement improvements on the Port of Fort Pierce. Those efforts and design conceptual plans were previously provided to us by Director Shipyards to improve the space. This sub-agreement that goes with that FDOT agreement is an agreement between us and Director Shipyards that basically spells out that if we move forward with the plan, any of the costs will be, in terms of the local match, will be borne by Director Shipyards, and we're here to help and assist in the planning and actual execution of that project through construction when the time is right. In regards to the second item, the Harbor Point grant that we're pursuing with the Florida Boating Improvement Program, we're hoping to put ourselves in a position to have funds for a future regional boat ramp at Harbor Point Park. And this is an effort to get ahead of that effort, to start design plans and start planning that effort. And so cooperation with FIND, Florida Inland Navigation District, as well as with the FPIP folks, will allow for us to streamline our costs moving forward.
Thanks. I just wanted that to be mentioned because I know a lot of people follow both of those, so thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else want to pull anything?
Well, I just want to just simply state that, and Josh, all the investments that come into the port actually become ownership of the county, regardless of who's operating there. So I just want to make sure that any investment, so the public knows that the investment we made is being improved on a monthly, yearly basis.
Yes, correct. So any improvement that happens at the Port of Fort Pierce ultimately becomes the county asset. So our role, and the director's role as being the tenant, is to work together to try to make improvements to the site so that they can effectively work and scale up to have a better MRO operation. And so we're actively working with them. We're excited about the new pavement terminal improvements because it'll allow for us to have new drainage, new access to the utility loop, and I believe that director's committed to moving forward with that project at some point in the near future.
Again, the important for a lot of the boaters out there is that we're continue to look for opportunities for boat ramps. Access to the water is very limited, and the county is being proactive in this. And then Parks and Rec is actually working with FDOT to redo the ramps over on North Beach.
Yeah, just a couple things on that. So we did a little assessment in-house just to look at how many boat ramps we actually have within a 2-mile radius of the Port of Fort Pierce. And we only have 142 dedicated parking spaces. And when you put that in the backdrop of having over 11,000 registered vessels in St. Lucie County, certainly we're underserving the community. So the regional boat ramp is something that we're really looking forward to. So we're hopefully going to get additional design and planning funding from FPIP and from FIND, and then hopefully at some point move into construction. I'm hoping too that our folks over at the city are in tune with this meeting as well, because we're really looking forward to having conversations about their contribution to that project as well.
Which is why I pulled it. And
That was
also
a
because
great
I know
point,
that,
Josh.
yeah, the people, we constantly tell them that we're trying to work towards more boat ramps, so I wanted it to be mentioned, so thanks.
This should be the premier one in the county.
Yep. Okay,
Very good.
does
Thank
anybody
you.
else want to point? Thank you, Josh. Anybody else want to point anything? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll go on to item 10, public hearings. I'm going to change things around just a little bit. We're going to start with item 10A2.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, honorable members of the County Commission. Irene Suttlemeyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. As you know, the applicant has requested that these two agenda items, amendment of Chapter 11 of the Comprehensive Plan, Towns, Villages, and Countryside element, and amendment of the Land Development Code applicable in the Towns, Villages, and Countryside be continued. They have requested specifically April 2nd.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward? Because you might not be able to make it at that meeting. If not, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to item 3.
Madam Chair, just for the record, that meeting starts at 6 p.m. or as soon thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Item 3, I don't think you have anything to add to that.
I covered it, yes.
Right, so this is a public hearing. Anybody that can't make that meeting, we'll close public comment, come back to the board.
Motion to approve.
Madam Secretary, Commissioner Leet made the motion, Commissioner Bart second, just for clarity. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to item 10A1.
Good evening, Chair Townsend and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Erin Taylor, and I'm the Associate Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. Today, I will be presenting Agenda Item 10A1, a conditional use petition to allow for a 113,839 square foot climate-controlled interior access self-storage facility with associated site improvements. Today's public hearing was noticed with a sign on the petition site, a legal ad in the local newspaper on February 22nd, 2024, and mailed notices to owners of property within 500 feet. Proof of advertising is provided within the agenda packet. Notices were sent to 457 property owners within 500 feet of the subject site. The Planning Department received 24 total responses. This map represents the responses we had up until yesterday morning. So 0 in favor, 5 not in favor, and 1 response with no opinion. We received 2 additional responses outside of the 500-foot buffer, 1 in favor of the petition and 1 not in favor of the petition. And then this afternoon, I received an additional 16 conditional use response forms, 2 in favor of the petition and 14 not in favor of the petition.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
does that take us to a supermajority
A
vote?
supermajority vote, Mr. McIntyre? I don't think it does.
No, it does not.
Want to make sure we're there.
Go ahead, Greg. Okay. So the 4/5 vote, it says in the case of a written protest against the application for a conditional use permit signed by the owners of 50% or more of the area within 500 feet of the property affected by the proposed action, such conditional use permit shall not be approved except by a favorable vote of 4/5 of all the Board of County Commissioners. Publicly owned right-of-way, although included in calculating the distance, shall not be included in determining the total area lying within 500 feet of the property involved. So this was a rather large area, 24 responses, 21 of them not in favor is not 50% of the area.
Thank you very much.
This is an aerial showing the subject property outlined in red. The site is located at 6820 US Highway 1 on the east side of US Highway 1, approximately 1/3 of a mile south of Kitterman Road in Port St. Lucie. The site is adjacent to St. Lucie Battery and Tire, south of the Social Security Administration Building, and west of the Savannah Ridge Elementary School campus. The site is located within the Commercial General Zoning District and conforms to the minimum lot standards for this district. The surrounding properties are located within the Commercial General, Institutional, PNRD, and RM9 zoning districts. The petition conditional use seeks to develop a 113,839 square foot climate-controlled interior access self-storage facility and household goods warehousing facility via a 1-story U-Box storage building, Building B, and a 3-story interior self-storage building, Building A. The site will be served by 13 regular vehicular parking spaces, including 3 ADA parking spaces. Connectivity between US Highway 1 and the proposed storage facility is provided by a sidewalk. Rental truck display is proposed along US Highway 1 north and south of the ingress-egress. The proposed loading zones are not encroaching in the required front yard setback. However, they are in front of the western building and visible from US Highway 1. Through development review, staff recommends moving the loading zones to the north or east side of proposed Building B, so they are behind the front facade of Building B. The applicant has added a curb landscape island to the west of the loading zones with plantings to visually hide the loading bays from vehicles traveling along US Highway 1. The landscape plan shows a variety of native species, including sable palm, Simpson stopper, viburnum, and dwarf holly. The height of Building A is 41 feet and Building B is 53 feet 8 inches within the 60-foot maximum height allowed in the Commercial General Zoning District. Building A does include a canopy over the customer entrance not depicted on the site plan. The applicant submitted preliminary elevations for the U-Haul of Port St. Lucie project and listed the following intended design elements. They need to include 6. Clear glass windows, lightly stained or painted wood in a horizontal pattern, square columns, canopies, display windows, Bahama shutters, medallions, and lyrical articulation. In reviewing the proposed architectural elevations, the following modifications are recommended to more closely align with the specifications outlined in Land Development Code Section 71024, Community Architectural Standards. We would like them to clarify the functionality of the canopies. Display windows are typically used for commercial businesses to showcase their goods or services, clarify what the display windows will present. Per Land Development Code Section 71024 D1A, Building Design Standards, large blank unarticulated walls, corrugated metal siding, and imitation rockwork veneer are prohibited facade features and materials. We'd like the applicant to demonstrate that these materials and features will not be used in construction of Building A or Building B. Land Development Code Section 71024CA, Building Orientation. The main entrances of a building shall be oriented towards the primary street front. An entry door may be appropriately and safely integrated at the northwest corner of Building B with a sidewalk linked to associated parking. Per Land Development Code Section 71024D1B1 articulation, provide varying wall offsets and other architectural features to create horizontal and vertical building articulation. A minimum wall offset of 5 feet is required to achieve horizontal facade articulation. The proposed elevations show minimal wall offset between the design elements, not meeting the minimum 5 feet to achieve horizontal facade articulation. The final site plan shall demonstrate horizontal and vertical articulation. The environmental impact report identifies 93 trees and 26 palms proposed to be removed that will require mitigation. Per Section 6.00.05D3 of the Land Development Code, satisfying the remaining mitigation can be achieved through several different methods. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing for the conditional use petition on January 18, 2024, and voted 4-2 to forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report and the following conditions. The hours of operation for the business will be put in writing prior to site plan approval, and no semi-truck loading and or unloading on Sundays. Staff recommends approval of the requested major adjustment, conditional use to an permit subject to the following proposed conditions of approval. Prior to final site plan approval, the architectural elevations are amended to align with 71024 Community Architectural Standards, demonstrating vertical and horizontal facade articulation, design element compliance, and foundational plantings in all required locations. Prior to final site plan approval, relocate the 3 loading zones to the north or east side of proposed Building B, allowing an unobstructed view of the building from US Highway 1. And the hours of operation for the business shall be presented and affirmed by the Board of County Commissioners prior to recording the conditional use resolution. No semi-truck loading and unloading may occur on Sundays. Also, taxes for the year 2023 must be paid prior to development approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you. This is quasi-judicial, so we'll begin with disclosures. I've spoke with staff. Commissioner Bartz?
Staff.
Commissioner Fowler,
Staff.
Commissioner Leet,
Staff.
Commissioner Zadowski.
Staff.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? If not, I'm going to open it up to the public. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on this item, please come to the podium.
I believe the applicant also has a presentation as well.
Okay, we'll go ahead and listen to the applicant. Sir, can you hang on 1 second, please? Give me 1 second. We're going to go ahead and let the applicant speak. Is the applicant here? Hi.
We have my name is Cal Connor. I'm the president of U-Haul in Eastern Florida.
Can you spell your last name for the secretary, please?
Conner.
Thank you.
We have a PowerPoint that was submitted over, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure how to operate a PowerPoint.
They can do it for you.
Okay.
It was submitted as a PDF, so I can just scroll to each page.
Okay, great.
Yep.
All right, so on the first page of the PowerPoint, this is the rendering of what the facility is going to look like. It's pretty standard. We have the U-Box area in the front, as staff pointed out, with the main building, the main storage facility in the rear. The reason that it's set up this way is because of a safety concern. We don't want semis driving back and forth with our regular customers and our employees operating the U-Haul facility. If we could go to the next one, please. Okay. On this rendering, you can see in the front where the shrubbery is located. There's actually 2 levels of shrubbery, one out further towards the street, and then right in front of the loading area, there's another set of shrubs that are taller ones that are in there to screen that area. So the loading dock itself is not visible from the street. It has, like I said, the 2 different layers of shrubbery that will obscure it. Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry, it went a little fast. Sorry.
All right, this one is depicting the awning in the front of Building A. That is the main entrance for the customers going in and out. The landscaping, please continue. Okay, on the proposed elements, we made revisions to the elevation to meet the requirements of staff. We removed some of the elements and added different ones. And then we have the elevation sheets on the additional the slides to follow. Oh, go back one, please.
All right.
All right, we removed the standing seam from the list on the west elevation. The customer entrance, as was shown a couple of slides prior, has a canopy 10 foot by 56 foot with a 24-inch facade, or fascia rather. The rest are windows or door areas. Bottom rows of windows are display. The arcades were replaced. And regarding the stone veneer, we will not be using a fake stone on that. We'll be using real stone. All right, continue, please. Continue. And again. Again. On the bottom right of this slide, you can see the stone veneer that we're looking to use. All right, on our articulations, we proposed the horizontal and vertical articulations for the required facades. The customer entrance canopy, again, that was shown in the outlined area a couple of slides prior. Again, those are the dimensions of it. We can propose 6 to 12-inch wall offsets. However, we're not able to propose the 5-foot wall offsets that were recommended by staff. due to the additional cost on the project. On signage, I believe we meet all requirements for signage. We have the 20% with no maximum number for sign requirements. Continue, please. Okay, this is what I've already discussed with the loading dock not being above ground. It's a sunken well. And again, you can see here where we put in the additional landscaping to hide it from the street, so it will be screened. Continue, please.
Appears to be the last slide.
I'm sorry, that was the last one?
Yep, I believe
Okay.
it is.
You know, I always bring a printed copy, and I always forget to look at them.
That's okay. So I have some questions for you, but I'm
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
wait
Okay.
until after we hear from the public, and then we come back to the board. So I might call you back up or another commissioner.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Unless, does another commissioner have anything for him, or do you want to hold?
Oh, wait.
Okay. Okay, so now we're going to open up the public comment. You can come forward at this time.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Fred Lewis. This is my wife, Claudette Lewis. We represent the congregation of the Episcopal Church, Holy Faith Episcopal Church. In the description of the property, as was on the slide, we are located directly south of the proposed site. We would be, once the trees are knocked down, we'll be adjoining the U-Haul facility. Our concern is what the activity at that site, what kind of impact it's going to have on our church that's been there since 1964. These are our concerns. I believe there was something I saw that said there'll be no semi-truck movement on Sunday. That we appreciate. And whatever else comes up, we just hope that we'll be able to address it. We have not met, I met Mr. Connor at the last meeting and gave him a number for the church if he wanted to get in contact with us and come in and speak to our pastor. I don't know if he called. I'm not in the office, so I don't know.
Sir, I need you to address the board, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, he said he didn't call. So we would just like to get things off on a good foot, have him meet with us, maybe meet some of the congregation, so we can get to know each other and hopefully have a good relationship.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
My name is Claudette Lewis. I'm the senior warden at the church. And I'm also concerned on the Holy Week when we have services. We'll have service on Good Friday. We have service Thursday, Maundy Thursday. And every Wednesday, every Thursday, we have Eucharistic service and Bible study. So what effect is that going to have on our ministry? So I do appreciate the fact that they're not going to have the unloading on Sundays, but then when we have service on Thursdays and we have Good Friday service, Palm and Maundy Thursday service, the noise is going to be an effect on us. And they have not really contacted us. No one met with us. I'm in the office practically every day. I'm in the office every day. And I have not had a call from any of the people from you all. No one. We haven't received any verbal or any written communication from them. So it's like we are not in existence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board. So I do want to ask staff, did they have a neighborhood meeting, or did they just do the mail out?
Oh, we just did the mail, they just did mail notification.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then my concern is, Mr. Connor, where you talk about safety, the way I see it on the site plan is where the building A is, that's where the semis are going to be coming in for the pods. That,
Building B.
yeah, the building B, I'm sorry, building B. Building A is going to be the most used. So that's going to be the ones that your daily residents are going to come in and out of that's going to get the most use.
Yes.
So in seeing your open field where you're going to be storing the open U-Haul trucks and your building B, would you consider taking and shifting that to the back and then building A to the front, since that's going to be your highest use? Is that an option?
That's not an option with my company. And the building B is not for storing U-Haul trucks.
It's for the pods, correct?
Yes,
The boxes?
yes. No public goes in or out of building B. It's employee only. And it would be the commercial tractor trailers that would come in and out when and if they have deliveries coming in.
Right, that's what I'm referencing. So what I'm saying is, whenever, like if this was a commercial site, if this was a Publix or CVS, the building A would be to the front and the building B would be towards the back. All the loading, usually generally on our large commercial sites and stuff, that's the layout of this. And so I see this as kind of the same scenario. Your building A is going to be your highest best use, right? That's going to be your everyday people coming and going. If I have a storage unit there, I might come there every day to put my Christmas decorations there, right?
Yes.
And then if I have one of your box or a pod, is same thing, that's going to be, if it's just picked up coming. So that's not going to have the traffic that your everyday use is going to have in building A. So I would think you'd want your building A to the front so that your general cars come in and out, and then your heavier, bigger trucks that are only going to be coming in once a week, once a month or whatever. The other consideration that I think about is if I'm moving here from Kentucky and Mayflower's bringing in the semi, they're going to be in there, they're going to tie up that whole front area for a whole, for some time. It only makes sense to bring the building A to the front, the building B, and you're open to the back, because along the front, you're going to store trucks too as people drive by, because I know you want your trucks to be seen. As people see U-Haul, they go, oh, there's the U-Haul dealer. So you're going to have that along the front of US 1. But if you were to reverse the building B and building A, I think it makes more sense for the safety of the residents and their smaller cars coming in and out. That's just my 2 cents. I'm open to anybody else's conversation. Anybody else? Commissioner Bartz? Anything? Commissioner Fowler?
So just to circle back around, as far as for our code, meaning the 5-foot horizontal facade articulation, can you clarify whether you are or are not willing to meet that?
No, we are not.
Okay.
The cost issue on this, we're already so far, so deep into this thing, it's unreal. But the cost of trying to bring that out 5 feet would just be astronomical for us in this project.
Okay. And if this were to be approved the way that it's laid out with essentially the U-Box building being to the front, are you also not willing to possibly move it to the west side of the building as proposed versus the front?
My company, my home office in Phoenix, they did all the analysis on this, and this is the plan they came up with as being the most productive plan and the safest plan for our customers. So, no, we're not looking at doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lee? Anything?
Yes, excuse me. Regarding the unloading of the pods, I think that's what Commissioner Fowler was referring to. Is that correct? So there's no way to move the unloading to the east side of the building, is what you're saying?
Right.
And why is that?
Again, my home office, when they set all this up, they did all the analysis. They looked at the flow of our customers, the flow of our employees, the flow of the tractor trailers coming in and out. Believe it or not, they get lost on our properties. Even though it's only 5 acres, they'll be taking their semis in and out of customer parking areas. So they came up with this as being the best setup for the customers and for the employees and for the visiting tractor-trailer operators.
Okay.
So you're saying that the concern is the U-Haul trucks and trailers that would be stored in the middle there, there's a concern about them being lost and stolen?
No, ma'am. No, I'm talking about the tractor-trailer operators coming in and
Okay.
out.
Commissioner Zadowski, anything?
Yeah, a few things, and I want to go back and forth with staff. My first question is, the Social Security office is just to the north, correct?
Correct.
I see a nice tree buffer there,
Mhm.
and thank you, and as this is laid out, if you go back to the schematic, everything is to the south, and we heard the concerns from the church about noise and so on and so forth. Now, architects are pretty good with the CAD. Would it be possible to flip that upside down and then put the building B to the north, so that the storage of the vehicles will be to the south, giving a buffer, an additional buffer, including the retention pond, to the south, to the church? Is the buffer of the Social Security expected to remain in just native trees? Is that how I understand it?
Yeah, I received a call from one of the administrators of the Social Security office. He received our mailed notification and was calling just for some clarity. And I went through with him. We actually kind of, mapped out the distances between the actual Social Security building. Then they do have that native vegetation that is, according to him, will be remaining as native vegetation. And then we have the retention area and then the buildings. He seemed satisfied at the end of the call that there was adequate buffering and he didn't have any further concerns.
Well, I understand the buffering for him,
Right.
and his vegetation is there, but the retention pond, as I look at this,
Mhm.
it would give an additional buffer to the church. I've heard the concerns about services and so on and so forth, the clanging and so on and so forth of the trucks coming and going, the trailers, the pods being moved around. And I guess I'd look to you, sir. I mean, an architect can just flip this and mirror it and basically have the same design with moving the B building to the north, moving the truck storage lanes to the south with the retention pond, and then slide the building A to the north where the retention pond is. That's something, I mean, it's pretty easy to do on a CAD. I'm not that good at it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where to start with it. But to answer your question, yes, I think that's something we could consider.
Have you guys thought about that or had that conversation? Does Social Security have a big issue in this from a buffering standpoint? They have a pretty significant buffer there anyway, and I could see that adding additional buffering in vegetation or even a wall to the north, giving that additional buffer to the Social Security. And Social Security is, when it runs, it's going 10 hours a day, and their people are in and out, in and out, in and out. And so from a standpoint of, if I'm in church and I'm honoring, my faith, like to, do that. If you're coming in and out of the Social, you're just arguing with Social Security, so that, yeah, some of us are in Social Security. We've been there. Okay.
So to answer your question, flipping the entire site plan was not something that we discussed. I can see how buffering the church with that retention area, it's a dry retention pond, would provide more of a distance between those buildings and the church to the south, and definitely seems reasonable. And I believe the Social Security building has several hundred feet between that property line and where the buildings are. I'd have to go back and double check those numbers, but they still have their native vegetation there, so it might provide a best of both worlds scenario.
So what I would suggest is maybe tabling this and bring it back rather than us take a vote. And you go back and talk to the people that you need to speak to at a higher level and come back and meet with staff, and we'll back this up to another meeting.
Okay.
Well, I have some other thoughts too.
Sure.
The arches, are they functional? I mean, can somebody duck in when it's raining or anything like that? When I saw the flagstones, I see that they're going to be locally acquired. Do they have any function? And because what I'm looking at here is a shoebox, and there's really not. I know you said the articulation, the 5-foot articulation is not an option, but from a architectural standard, And we have some, and have you gone through that conversation about how to improve this look other than just being a box? Because it looks, you know, the area is a very nice area. It's up and coming. It is commercial, but this would be a raising the bar in the community if it were able to improve the architectural standards. Now, you have a better picture on his rendering of what the buildings look like. You can go back to this.
Gotta find it. All right, give me one sec.
Yep.
So when you get to, okay, that, so there could be some things done here from a viewpoint with paint. These barely show in this particular picture where you have the colored lines coming out. They're, what are they, 5-8 inches, where they step out from the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing from my colleagues here and also from staff is to create some kind of a movement there, whether it be, you know, facade, et cetera. And so I'm going to come back to you with the architectural components that we have in our box of things. Have you gone through some of those conversations with the improvements that you're looking for, aside from the articulation, the 5-foot articulation?
Yes, we've had several conversations about beefing up the architectural design elements on this plan so they are, you know, more in line with 71024. We don't want to design the building for them, so we provide them that list. We've had conversations back and forth. The staff report outlines also some of our suggestions as well, including possibly making the canopies more functional, providing some more the step outs, the 5-foot step out. If we can't do 5 feet, is it possible to meet halfway in the middle? Just some of those elements, and then also some foundation plantings especially along this big front building. The last conversation we had, the area kind of to the left there does have a lot of garages and windows and doors, so foundational plantings are not necessarily, that's not necessarily an ideal candidate for those, but definitely to the right there. We have the Bahama shutters, but I think foundational plantings along that right down here would be a nice element to add to the front of the building to break up both the kind of non-natural elements and bring in some more natural elements to the
And those
design.
are fake Bahama shutters. There's not a window behind it. They're fake, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So those are my concerns, and you know, I think there's an opportunity here. I think even from a color palette, changing the colors on the front of the building could give it that depth look.
Mm-hmm.
You could you know, put that in there. You know, it's a 100,000 square foot box. It's going to be pretty significant in this area. I'm familiar with the area.
Right.
So whatever we do here is going to set the standard. So U-Haul is a great company. U-Haul has a reputation of, you know, above and beyond and doing great things. I think, you know, given the opportunity that I heard the chair suggest is taking this back, see if they can flip it to give you that buffer from the church. That'll take away some of the challenges you'll have from your neighbors. From the, you know, Sundays are great, but I heard that the church actually has a few other services during the week, maybe Sunday school or Wednesday school, et cetera. So I think that's an opportunity to give you more time to be able to come back, look at the elevation changes. You know, the landscaping, I think, can be an added value. And I think that, you know, you'll have a better opportunity to have a bigger splash and be that more representative in the community as opposed to just big shoebox. I think it's an opportunity for you to actually raise the bar in that community. And I know that U-Haul is a good community partner in some of the other things I've heard that they do. And I think there's an opportunity for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I'll entertain a motion to move this. How long do you think you would need? A month to come back, maybe in April?
Yeah, I can do April.
Okay, so do you know the date?
April 2nd
April
at
2nd.
6 p.m.
Okay.
Chair, just for clarification, a month is a month from now, yes, but I believe all of our documentation is due to Civic Clerk about 2 to 2.5 weeks before that, which means we need the documents from the applicant before then so we can evaluate. I'm not sure a month turnaround, which ends up being about 10 days from now, is reasonable.
May?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So May is,
May 7th
Thank you.
May 7th. So
At
I'll
6
entertain a
p.m.
motion to continue this to the May 7th at 6 p.m.
Motion to continue It's May 2nd.
7th.
7th, sorry.
6 p.m. or so.
6 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. So just go back and have conversations and then come back.
Okay,
We
thank
know
you.
that- We know that U-Haul's a great company.
All right,
Good
I
call,
appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes, good job.
Okay, we'll move on to item 10A4.
One second, Chair, I'm getting it together here.
That's okay.
Okay, once again, for the record, my name is Erin Taylor, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. I'm presenting agenda item 10A4, a rezone from the AR1 Agricultural Residential 1 zoning district to the PUD Planned Unit Development Zoning District and a preliminary development plan for a 274-unit multifamily residential development with associated site improvements. This item was continued from the February 6, 2024 BOCC meeting. The February 6, 2024 Board of County Commissioners public hearing on this item was duly noticed with mailed notifications to property owners within 500 feet, a sign on the property, and an ad in the newspaper on January 25, 2024. Tonight's hearing is a result of a continuance to a date certain, which does not require the hearing to be renoticed. The 32.58 acre project site is situated on the south side of Indrio Road and the west side of Taylor Dairy Road in Fort Pierce within the county's airport and TVC, towns, villages, and countryside overlay district. The subject parcel and the properties situated to the west are designated by the TVC future land use with residential medium land uses to the north and mixed use land uses to the south and east. On May 30th, 2006, the Board of County Commissioners adopted the TVC Land Development Code regulation and comprehensive plan element to further guide land use and development within the portions of the unincorporated St. Lucie County to protect public health, welfare, and safety, and to ensure the aesthetic and environmental resources are further enhanced and protected from impairment while avoiding urban sprawl. Prior to the adoption of the TVC overlay district, the subject parcel had an underlying residential medium land use designation. The requested rezoning is not increasing the allowable density. Policy 11.1.1.2E establishes the transferable development value, the TDV, allowing the subject parcel up to 9 dwelling units per acre. The proposed 8.42 dwelling units per acre falls under this limit. Through the planned development approval process, the application is seeking to redesignate the subject parcel zoning from AR1, Agricultural Residential 1, to the Planned Unit Development, or PUD, zoning designation. The Planned Unit Development zoning district is compatible with the TVC future land use designation as per the comprehensive plan. The applicant is proposing a 274-unit multifamily development with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments and associated on-site amenities. The preliminary plan identifies 7 2- and 3-story apartment buildings, stormwater retention, interconnected sidewalks, a clubhouse, pool, passive recreation areas, a dog park and community garden, and supporting vehicular parking. A 7.48 acre preservation area has been designated at the rear of the property. A 0.58 acre future ingress-egress area has been reserved along the western property boundary to accommodate future growth and development to the south of the property. The development provides utility infrastructure connections through the Fort Pierce Utilities Authority and will offer central water, wastewater, and electrical connections to all buildings. Additionally, internal vehicular use areas and pedestrian pathways provide adequate connections to existing infrastructure and meets the provisions for access to new developments. The Indrio Woods Planned Development clusters 7 apartment buildings in the central and northern portions of the property with interconnected drive aisles and sidewalks throughout the property, connecting the buildings to open space and amenities. The petition was evaluated at 3 planning and zoning meetings in 2023. Discussions centered on compatibility with the adjacent Binney Estate Taylor Dairy Road improvements, including intersection geometry at Indrio Road, stormwater and right-of-way needs, stormwater requirements for the proposed site, and a joint access on Indrio Road at the Royal Palm Drive, aka De Leon Avenue, at the northwest corner of the project site. To provide architectural compatibility with the Edwin Binney Estate, the buildings will feature the Old Miami style, including offset window treatments, Bahama shutters, arch details, and vertical columns. The bottom image represents the latest architectural elevations proposed for the 3-story buildings. The PUD preliminary site plan requires a 15-foot wide landscape buffer along the northern property line along Indrio Road and the eastern property line along Taylor Dairy Road, and a 10-foot wide landscape buffer between the subject property and the approved Cabo Rio Recreational Vehicle Resort to the west. A 20-foot wide landscape buffer with a 2-foot high berm and a 6-foot tall opaque buffer is proposed between the subject property and the 5.27 acre parcel in the center of the subject property. The location and the size of the building in the northeast corner of the property has been reduced from 3 stories to 2 stories and is now oriented parallel to Indrio Road. The current location provides an approximate 300-foot separation, including a lake, between the northern structure of the Binney Estate and the multifamily building. The preliminary plan identifies primary paved access to the west side of Taylor Dairy Road with a full access driveway and a right-in, right-out along Indrio Road. Right-of-way improvements to Taylor Dairy Road will be required to be permitted through the county. The county is requesting improvements and sidewalks to Taylor Dairy Road from Indrio Road to their southern property line. Joint access between the subject parcel and the approved Cabo Rio project to the east was discussed by both parties. However, given that Cabo Rio is an approved site plan with development permits, absent a joint access agreement incorporated into the approved plans, a joint access agreement was not reached. The ingress-egress along Indrio Road was moved west to provide greater buffering between the drive aisle and the Binney Estate. The ingress-egress along Taylor Dairy Road was moved south, providing greater separation between the Indrio Road-Taylor Dairy Road intersection and the development's entrance. The proposed planned unit development rezone and preliminary regulating plan conform to the standards of review as set forth in the St. Lucie County Land Development Code and is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies outlined within the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan. Staff recommends approval of the Indrio Woods PUD rezone and preliminary site plan via Resolution 2024-44 with conditions. So a small trash receptacle with screening shall be provided near the clubhouse, pool, rec area. Provide an anticipated development schedule and construct Taylor Dairy Road from Indrio Road to the southern property boundary. Revise the upland buffer planting plan for proposed flowway areas that includes canopy, understory and ground cover plantings, native species only. Provide an executed conservation easement over the upland preserve area along with an approved preserve area monitoring and management plan, the PAMP. Also from Environmental Resources, provide a 100% survey per Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Protocol for gopher tortoises shall be provided, and provide a relocation permit where applicable, and remove all Category 1 listed invasive plants on the site. From Public Works, provide a 5-foot right-of-way dedication along Indrio Road. A site development permit is required, and a road improvement agreement and appropriate bond will be required. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before we begin, this is quasi-judicial. We'll do disclosures. Commissioner Lee,
Staff and applicant.
Commissioner Zadowski.
WGI, staff and our staff. Most of my I forget the name of the company. What's your applicant?
WGI.
WGI. I thought I said it right.
Commissioner Bartz.
Staff, WGI, Janet Bow and Dennis Jerkiewicz, who I've met with.
Oh, yeah. Met with the owners of Binney.
Okay. Commissioner Fowler.
Staff, WGI representatives, and Janie and Dennis, the owners of the Binney.
And
I pronounced it wrong.
Yeah, let me add the owners of Benito also.
Okay, and I too, WGI, our staff, and the owners of Benny. Okay.
Hold on, Corey wants you.
Madam
Corey?
Chair, members of the board, Corey Benton for the record. Simply a note to clarify, the petition site is located within the St. Lucie County Utilities territory. We would be providing water and wastewater. It's within an FP&L electric service territory.
Okay, and then one last question. Did they have a meeting with the residents, open to the residents?
Yes, they had sorry, that was loud. They had a virtual meeting last spring, and then they followed that up with 2 in-person meetings last fall, about 4 weeks apart, in October and November, September and October. One of those. Thanks.
Madam Chair, if I could, just one quick question on their presentation. For the
Yes, ma'am.
notifications, we received 0 responses back. Is that correct?
When we send out the when we send out the notifications for the rezoning, we don't include a second form that can be mailed back. So we didn't include any, or we didn't receive any specific responses back. However, we have received in the past for this meeting, responses from homeowners within 500 feet, but nothing in writing for this meeting specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Do you want to, Lindsay, do you have a presentation?
Yes, they do have a PowerPoint presentation.
Madam Chair, while that PowerPoint's being queued up, the in-person neighborhood meetings were held October 24th, 2023 and November 8th, 2023.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Lindsay Libis. I'm with WGI. Our business address is 2035 Vista Parkway in West Palm Beach. Before you tonight to respectfully request approval of the Indrio Woods project. Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. The project is located at 7075 Indrio Road in Commission District Number 1, and we are before you tonight to request a rezoning to PUD. As Aaron indicated, excuse me, I'm fighting a cold, so you'll have to excuse me. The AR1 district is the current district, but it is incompatible with the TVC. So in addition to moving forward with our plan, we are bringing the site in compliance from a zoning perspective. Per the comprehensive plan, a PUD is a compatible zoning district with the TVC. We're also requesting approval of a preliminary site plan of 274 multifamily units. And before I get into the site design and the changes that we've made over the last almost year, I wanted to spend a little bit of time on the Indrio Road corridor. I know you all are very familiar with it, but when we looked at the design of this, we took into account the entire corridor. We wanted to make sure that the plan that we put in place was compatible not only with what is existing along the corridor, but what is planned for future growth. And as what you can see is that on both the north and south sides, the land use does allow or does anticipate a density, a medium to high density residential of up to 9 an acre. Our site right there on the corner of Taylor Dairy Road and Indrio Road is within that threshold, as Aaron indicated. We are right next to Cabo Rio. To the west, we've got a commercial plaza on the corner of the northwest, and we've got medium density up to 9 an acre completely surrounding our site, with the exception of to the south, to the property to the south that has a land use district of mixed use. And so I think from this aerial you can see that we are consistent with what's proposed, but we're going to walk through the design changes because we did have 3 meetings. The first one was in May of 2023. It was virtual. We had pretty solid attendance on that meeting. Came back to planning and zoning, postponed a couple of times, and had 2 in-person meetings. They were 2 weeks apart. They were held at the Lakewood Park POA Center, and we increased that notification. So part of what we heard was that the 500-foot radius, given the layout of the area, didn't feel adequate. So for our public meeting, we increased that radius to notify residents within 1,000 feet of the property. The October meeting, we had more of a turnout, but at the November meeting, we had about, I would say, 4 to 5 residents in attendance. But it was a very productive meeting. I'm going to walk through the changes that we made as a result of our continued work with the county and with the residents of the area. And so on the left is what we originally submitted. We originally submitted a plan for 288 multifamily units. Through the course of the redesign, that number was dropped to 274 units. So you'll see those arrows, the yellow and the blue arrows. Those are our entrances on Indrio and Taylor Dairy. We originally had a gate, a wall, a gate and a wall surrounding the property. And given the land use of TVC and the desire to have connectivity throughout the community, it was a recommendation that we remove those gates and the wall to allow a flow of traffic through the site. We did that without an issue. We also have a 60-foot ingress-egress reservation that runs along the westernmost portion of our property. And this was actually a direct request of the neighbors to the south. They wanted an ability to connect to our roadway, to our entrance out onto Indrio in the event that they develop their property. And so it's on our site plan. It's a 60-foot reservation that can be developed into a right-of-way at such a time that the southern portion becomes developed and they need to use that roadway for access. So that was a direct request from the neighbor that we were able to accommodate. We also worked with the county and Environmental Resource Department because that 60-foot reservation does cut into the preservation area. That is not where the most sensitive trees are. Those trees exist to the east, and that 60-foot ingress-egress does not impact our preservation area requirements. And so you'll see we realigned the roadway. It was much closer to Indrio Road in the first iteration of the plan, and we shifted it to the south. And what that did is the original entrance was about 357 feet from that intersection. And by moving it further south, we added another 504 feet. So we're working to alleviate any kind of traffic flow interruptions at that intersection, and the extra 504 feet really allows us to do that. And so it was a better layout from an internal roadway network, and we are very happy with the way that turned out. We're also paving Taylor Dairy Road along the entire property line. So it's just about a quarter of a mile. We're proposing sidewalks on Indrio and Taylor Dairy, further promoting connectivity, but we are improving the entirety of the roadway along our property. As Aaron indicated, we did also take feedback on the Indrio Road corridor, on the view shed specifically. One of the items that was brought up was the 3-story building adjacent to Indrio Road. We went back, we reoriented and reduced that building down to 2-story, and that's where we got our density reduction. We also, on the revised site plan, have a public art area dedicated. We don't have an idea of what that art's going to be specifically. We intend to work with the county and the community to come up with an installation at that site, and we are really looking forward to hearing the ideas and moving forward with that. But that's just a space that's dedicated, and it's our intent to continue to work with you. That way we can honor the Indrio Road corridor and the Binney Estate. And we also heard that they don't want the buildings close to Indrio Road. And so what we did is we shifted. You'll see all of the buildings back, and Indrio is just now fronted with either green space or water bodies. There's no building directly abutting Indrio Road, further preserving that view shed. We'll get into it further, but I do know that there's oaks along Indrio. We are dedicated to preserving as many as we can along that roadway and internally to the site, but I'll get into that in future slides. And so you'll see in terms of the Binney Estate, we were able to shift our roadway, shift the buildings, and redesign it in a way so completely surrounding them is either open space or water. There are no buildings or roads directly abutting. We moved the recreation area further west to be able to mitigate any kind of adverse impacts to their property in terms of noise or lighting or things like that. And so they are now completely surrounded by either water or open space. That was done as part of our redesign. And again, that building is now 2 stories in height. And you'll see that one of the reasons we looked at that building specifically is this is the distance of all of our the closest proposed buildings to the Binney Estate. And the 2-story building that's the closest was reduced to 2 because it had the closer distance to the structure on the property. So in no instance is a proposed structure with closer than 363 feet to their structure. There's also a shed that was built on our property. This came up through the course of the approval process, or I'm sorry, the processing of the site plan. The applicant has agreed to grant an easement, Due to the historic nature of the site, I don't believe in reading the application that this is included in their historic designation request, but in any event, we have agreed to allow them to keep it on their property via an easement. So, spending a little more time on the Binney Estate, like I said, we did relocate our buildings, some of our buildings and our recreation area, roadway for further distance. We're also only required a 10-foot buffer internal to the property. We are proposing to increase that to 20. As I said in a couple of slides ago, this is also an area we're looking to preserve as many trees as possible. Our environmental scientists have been out on our property to do some preliminary inventory. There are some laurel oaks, mostly to the east, that look very likely that they can be preserved and incorporated. We plan on doing that to the greatest extent possible. We've reached out to the county in terms of having them come out on site and walk it with us. We've also reached out to the owners of the Binney Estate and invited them, once we get a date on the calendar, for them to walk it with us as well. It is our intent to preserve as many as we can. We redesigned the lake to, instead of having a roadway, as you can see in the first iteration, breaking the lake into two different water bodies, we have now one continuous lake that adds further buffering their property to our property. And then we reduced that building to 2 stories. Preserve the shed as well. So our design revisions overall, I said this at at the Planning and Zoning Board. I know we were postponed 3 times. I know we had multiple neighborhood meetings. It did result in a better plan, and so it was time well spent. And so we are appreciative of the feedback that we have received. From a parking perspective, I do want to note that we are proposing 477 spaces, 377 are required. This is just to make sure we alleviate any potential parking issues. I know that that's come up in the past as a discussion point, and I just wanted to point out that we are exceeding our parking requirements. So to recap our design revisions, we want to prioritize the preservation of as many oak trees as possible. The architecture, which we will get into in a future slide, it's very conceptual. What you see is not necessarily what's going to be designed and built. We want to continue to work with the county and the community on what that looks like. And so while I'll show it to you here in a couple slides, it's not final. We are absolutely open to discussion on it. The building locations were shifted away from Indria Road. We selected an area for public art, and we are improving Taylor Dairy Road. And there is a bus shelter being proposed, and the intent is for it to be school bus and future mass transit stop in the event it's needed. From a traffic flow perspective, Indria Road is a right-in, right-out only, and full access is on Taylor Dairy Road. So on Indria Road, it's right in, right out. We're willing to work with the county, work with DOT to design it in a way that makes sure that the right in, right out happens. I know that's been a point of discussion before, but we're willing to do what we can to ensure that people can safely enter and exit our community. It's a benefit to our residents as well. Proposed roadway improvements, we are going to pave Taylor Dairy. It's about 1/4 mile. We are dedicating 5 feet along Indria Road. The eastbound, so from a traffic perspective, we did advance the traffic study, even though it's not required as part of preliminary. We wanted to really get an understanding of the traffic improvements that might be required. There is a proportionate share that is triggered at the intersection of US 1 and Indria Road. I believe it's about 2%. We have 0 issue paying into that. We also are going to look at the potential for a pedestrian flasher crosswalk along Indria Road. If DOT isn't looking to permit it now, we're willing to take a condition of approval that in the future, if it's needed, we'll absolutely look into it. But we are committed to working with DOT on that. It has to obviously require a permit, but we agree to undertake that process. From an essential housing standpoint, I won't spend too much on these slides. I know you all are acutely aware of the housing crisis that's really in the entire state. But when we looked at the county's EDC data, and the boxes in the blue are directly from St. Lucie County EDC, what we saw is that the sale prices of homes outpace wages. That's not unique to St. Lucie County. We understand it's everywhere. But what we also found was that the development and construction of single-family homes far outpaced multifamily. So for every 4,394 single-family homes in 2020, there were 8 multifamily structures. We also, according to their EDC data, that we are deficient in the county about 4,700 units at a certain AMI point, and that 72% of the homes in St. Lucie County are single family. And so we see this as a way to help alleviate some of the housing issues that everybody is having, offering an alternative form of housing for those who might not be able to afford a single family home right now that want someplace to call home in the county, and we feel that this site is perfect for that. To show our dedication to helping with this housing issue in the county, we are proposing 10% of our units be classified as essential. The bullets below, we want to be able to have a conversation with you, but right now, we've thought about 5% at the 120 AMI and 5% at 140. We can have a discussion with you on how that percentage shakes out. And we're also proposing 10 to 15 years. Again, that range is so we can have a conversation with the commission on it. But we are very much dedicated to preserving some of these residential units for our essential workers in the county. From a rezoning compliance perspective, excuse me, we are not requesting any waivers, any variances. We are fully compliant with the TVC. We aren't asking for any, aside from the rezoning, we're not asking for any kind of relief from the zoning code. We're in full compliance. From an architectural elevation, like I said, this is not final. We are willing to work with everybody on it. But we advance these to show that we are committed to being in this area, that we have put some thought into it. This is conceptual. We're not even in schematic design. They'll come back for final, and so we're looking forward to working with the county on what these buildings ultimately look like. Some community benefits, 10% is restricted as essential housing, helps fill a void in the county. We're improving Taylor Dairy Road along the entirety of our property line. We're dedicating right-of-way along Indrio Road. We are also proposing sidewalks on Indrio and Taylor Dairy, hopefully to promote connectivity along the corridor and connect to existing sidewalk networks. We are public art. We are proposing public art at the entrance along Indrio Road. And we are providing, proposing bus shelter easements for mass transit and for school. And then, like I indicated, we are committed to trying to get that pedestrian crosswalk with flashers permitted through DOT on Indrio Road. And then oak tree preservation. Like Aaron indicated, staff has recommended approval. We agree with all the conditions. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Lindsay?
I do. These are going to be rentals or purchase? Rentals. Yes. And
Yes, sir.
And you had said that you had mentioned talking with some of the neighbors about the roadways and having access. Which neighbors were those that wanted
With
to
the
have
60 foot and with the 60-foot egress easement?
I believe.
Yeah. The
was that the
roadway
neighbor to the east
to
or
the south?
To the south.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many acres do they have?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's all I have.
Are you talking about the houses that are behind this to the south?
No, she said that they needed or the neighbor wanted
For-
access to
the connecting property.
to the connecting property.
In the event they develop it in the future, yes.
Right.
That way they have options on what roadways they connect to.
Corey can answer how many questions.
Commissioner Leet, there's roughly 5 parcels to the south that are just shy of 10 acres apiece.
Okay.
Many held by the same family.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Zadowski?
I'm going to wait till I hear public.
Likewise. Commissioner Moore?
I want to wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to come forward? If you would like to, please come to the podium, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes under public comment. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Dennis Jerkowitz, 6701 Indrio Road. I own that big pink house called the Benny Estate, the barn and the back house. And I have concerns with a couple of issues, and I was wondering if I can ask the planners questions, or I just have to make a statement.
Just make sure you speak to us, and then we can ask
All
the
right.
question.
Can I ask how many 500 feet in a A1 or an AR zoning is not a lot of residents. It's only a few, I think. Can they answer that question? How many people got mailings on this project?
Staff can answer that. And just so you know, the 500 foot is just, it's a Florida statute code.
Okay.
Sometimes staff or the applicant will do 1,000 feet away. So
Okay.
this is a statute. It's not something that was just made up. So do you want to
Okay.
answer this question?
Yes, we sent out 15 mailers to
15.
residents within 500 feet, and as Chair Townsend mentioned, that is statute and it's in our code.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm asking the commissioners to vote no on this rezoning for a few different reasons. Everyone I've spoke with in the last couple of weeks in the area, every time I mention what's proposed to that piece of property and the Indria Woods property, they all shake their head no. They say, what can you do to stop that? And I say, I'm not sure I can do anything. I wish I could you put up a picture of that piece of property that's surrounding mine with all the vegetation in the other adjacent areas? You see how dense all that tree is in there in that U-shaped? That's super dense oak trees, palm trees, natural vegetation. That's going to be all removed. What, maybe a couple of trees here and there. That's a lot of destruction of that beautiful area. I also have concerns with, we've been to a few of the planning and zoning commission meetings, and I think the last one, Commissioner Slack said she could approve this if only and if all the buildings, not just the one, were two-story. That makes a huge difference if it goes forward. Also walking the property with an arborist and the developer and the owners of the surrounding properties to tag and verify trees on which are worth saving and worth cutting down. So those are my concerns, along with the traffic. And I just wanted to ask if you could recognize this AR1 zoning, and please vote no on it.
Thank you.
That's all.
Is there anybody else wishing to come forward? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Laura Lucas, and I live right outside of that zone, just northeast, in a little neighborhood, little two-street neighborhood there. We've been there for almost 30 years, and right now, because of all the clearing going on there, we have bobcats, coyotes, and deer we found in our neighborhood. The more woods that you're taking down, the more you're running predatory animals into neighborhoods where children live. That's an issue for me. My grandson lives next door to me. I'm afraid to let him come out of the house and come over to my house at night because there have been bobcats, there have been coyote. If you go down Indria, right under that canopied area, pigs are dead on the street all the time. They found 14, a new family out there where they're ripping things up for the storage units of a family of pigs, little pigs and mama pigs, that didn't know where to go. So not only are we destroying wildlife, but we're sending this wildlife, predatory wildlife, into existing old neighborhoods. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's the right thing to do. We moved into a residential neighborhood that was nice and quiet. I'm fine with us needing more housing, no problem with us needing more housing, but we've got to stop ripping up our wilderness. We've got to stop ripping up where animals live. We can't turn this into a Fort Lauderdale where everything's concrete. My house is now deemed a flood zone because of just the stuff that's been going in around it. It wasn't 5 years ago. Now it is. We have Andrea Road is the road that the flight path for when airplanes take off from the airport. They're already going over my house at night. So what are we going to do with 3-story buildings on the other side of Indrio? So in my opinion, a 3-story building, we've got the 3-story building, Indrio, and my property. So the planes are going to start going more and more over my house. The noise doesn't bother me as much as the fear of one of those small planes coming in and crashing in my house. It's not a good idea. We need a better flight plan. We need better roads. There's a 2-lane road going through there. I know you're going to improve it, but is it going to be before or after you do these houses? We're going to need more schools. We're going to need a lot of stuff to go on. We're going to need a better water system because we have old people in this neighborhood that can't even get out when there's a hurricane because the flooding is so bad now. It wasn't like that 5 years ago. So I would implore you guys to please think about the neighbors who have been living here for 30 years. We should count too. We should count too. There's a whole lot of space on the other end of Indrio, west of Indrio, where all these big developments can be built that aren't encroaching in on our territory, on our living space that we've been accustomed to living to. It's going to be 10 times as crowded. It's already crowded there. We're taking out animals. We're displacing all these animals, and they're scary animals. When you have kids in a neighborhood watching bobcats and coyotes walk down your street in the middle of daylight is a little scary. So I would appreciate it if you guys would consider the neighbors who have been here for a long time, who moved here because we wanted to live in paradise, and just have a little loyalty for us and what we are and who we are there. All right? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Commissioners. Ross Chamber, 4700 Indrio Road. We're well outside of the 1,000-foot extended information providing area, but we're well inside of what this new possible development is going to impact significantly, being on Indrio Road, and as narrow as it is, quadrupling the amount of traffic immediately in the residential area, and in a lot of our single-family home development that we have, depreciating the value of our homes that we've invested in with our life savings, some of us, and now we have this impact that's going to happen. The widening of Indrio Road, I'm not sure what the potential of that is and the impact of having a protected species right down that road that would hinder development of Indrio. I'm not sure if that has been addressed in how these many homes are going to increase the traffic that's going to be there. Urban sprawl. I understand that you guys would want to control that and see that we do have more homes in the smaller areas, but with the amount of county space that there is, I could see a lot more potential in areas that are already developed for access for that many people, like was suggested earlier, just west of Kings Highway, 4-laned already all the way out to I-95 for people to have access without impacting, I would think, the 2-lane road there at Indrio going all the way out to US 1. I think that you guys should vote no. I think this sets an example for the future of how developers will come in and make purchases on property and then come in and tell you how great it's going to be for the community and for us who live here. And in fact, it's not going to affect us that exist now in a better way. I think it's going to it's going to affect us negatively. So by approving this, I think it'll set a standard in the future of being able to easily do it again. So I would hope that you would reconsider or say no to this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Daryl Crum. I live at 2280 Johnston Road. Excuse me, I've been under the weather too. I'm a longtime resident of St. Lucie County. TVC was developed in 2006. There was a purpose for TVC at that time. At this point, there has never been anything in the northwestern corridor. You look, our family owned 1,600 acres of groves at one point on Johnston. Because of the industry's demise to disease, now we have all these cow pastures. Somehow we've been spared. How was we spared? TVC. That's what kept no development going on up there. Now we have somebody that is trying to bring something into TVC. I'm so confused about it. I went to those meetings years ago. I don't even know how this can be conducive to that plan. It's above my level. One thing that I have learned is progress will happen. This is probably going to happen. What we can do as concerned citizens is reach out to you and try to get the best deal that we can for our community. I'm asking, there is no 3-story buildings in the northern end of this county. Why are we... I appreciate them saying, hey, well, we did the one out front. We've gone to 2-story. When this was at planning and zoning, that's one of the things they really suggested was, can we get this to at least 2-story? I'm begging you, because I know this is going to get approved, but I'm begging you, bring it down. We already have an issue with the school zone. They're putting out special cameras. I read something. Now you're going to have 284 residents using Indrio Road, going through that school zone, because we spoke about this at the planning and zoning meetings, that most of the traffic goes towards 95. People are speeding through those school zones now. Now you're bringing more people there. If I'm not mistaken, Indrio Road to the east, there's nothing in the 20-year plan that I know of 4-laning that. So now you're going to bring more traffic down there. You have an estate that has been in this county for years. Yes, maybe it doesn't look like the people care about it, but they do. There's so little natural area left, and I'll finish with this. I literally was coming up Kings Highway Sunday, and I videoed 4 deer less than a mile from this location. Please, please, try to keep some of our land in St. Lucie County sacred. And no 3 stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Janie Baugh, 6701 Indrio Road, and the Benny Estate. I don't know if we're allowed to do this, but when I met with y'all last week, I had materials that weren't available, and they were delivered today, but my understanding is that only maybe one of you received it.
I received them.
And at least
She sent some pictures. Did everybody receive them? Commissioner Fowler, did you?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Leet, did you?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Zadowski, Commissioner Bart? Okay,
Can I at least just drop
Just
them?
send them
This
to
is
the
what they
just
are.
hand them to the secretary, and she
Okay.
can pass them down. I received them, and Commissioner Bart's received them. So we can pass them down.
And there's a packet, but, and I'll just read part of what my concerns are, and you know, what I was saying to you is that, you know, we had appreciated the opportunity to sit down and talk to y'all face to face, and this property and the surrounding area are an important part of St. Lucie County heritage. We feel it should really be preserved in a better way. It is one relatively small parcel, yet so important. Edwin Binney, along with his family, planted this forested land. This is a truly unique parcel of land, and once it is stripped of its beauty, it ceases to have that unique quality and feeling that Edwin and Alice Binney created here. This property is also a habitat for a plethora of wildlife that continues to be forced out of their homes, causing a decline in their population, and apparently a danger to children and anyone, I guess. A Binney family mantra was to have great concern of neighbor, animal, and preservation of our land, so that tomorrow something may be left for others to enjoy. Edwin Binney's memory is one of worthwhile deeds. It should be preserved. This project will definitely diminish and adversely affect our property, where the historic home is located. It seems to us that a project such as this does not belong around between other AR zoned properties that are part of this original unique spot. St. Lucie County would be losing more of that wooded rural feeling the folks in this area enjoy. We'd really like to have the opportunity to continue to have the Binney Estate property be used as a destination for artists to come and paint and for photographers to continue to come and capture beautiful photographs. Then one day hosting events that promote these arts and history. The possibilities are endless. 274 units with 3-story apartment buildings surrounding us will certainly curtail that endeavor. There are many additional resources we feel this additional reasons we feel this project is a bad idea. The traffic for one, all of which pours out onto Indrio Road. Clear-cutting swaths of land when it, as well as the trees, are needed with so much growth in this area. The trees and land provide the oxygenation and filtration of the air, as well as absorption of the water, which we have had so much of lately. This does not seem the place for an affordable housing complex. There is so much expansion already in the area. It seems there could be many other locations for this type of project through responsible growth. Please consider saving a slice of old Florida history. And I have, we could live with some of the things, and it was definitely, my understanding was that this moving forward was contingent on the suggestions, I guess they were just suggestions of the Planning and Zoning Board, that they reduce the height and the number of units to 188, and to walk the property with us, as well as the adjoining Cabo Rio, as to with the trees and not have the berm and that sort of thing. But I just think that it's, it will definitely affect us and our AR1 zoning that we have and enjoy. And again, the traffic, I think, is going to be a horrendous situation. And I believe that's my time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Wayne Bennett. I live at 4555 Taylor Dairy Road. I've had issues. We've been through all the planning meetings with these good folks. And to their credit, they have tried to work with us. They have. And I know that Commissioner Leet asked earlier about the property south. I own 40 acres south of there. My neighbor is Bob Sennett. And he's adjacent to the north of me. He's the one that borders actually on this piece of property. I know that they're going to improve TDR, Taylor Dairy Road. And I know that the canal encroaches quite a bit in that area into Taylor Dairy Road. I think I heard someone say there might be 5 foot additional right-of-way needed. I'm going to say there's probably 20 or 30 more needs to be done and that's owned by the county. So that should be a doable thing. I think that we should preserve any of those trees that are on that piece of property that are viable. We have disease in the area, some of them are not viable. But if they're viable and it's possible to preserve them, I'd like to see that done. The TVC, one of the questions that you asked, the TVC requires that prior to approval that the roads will be interconnected into TVC. There's 3 parcels here that belong to the TVC, the Cabo Rio, the Indrio Woods, and the property immediately south of Cabo Rio is still in the TVC. There are future roads that are shown on the TVC plan, comprehensive plan, that indicates there's certain roadways that will be built by, I think it's the 2030, which we're getting awful close to. And some of those interconnect some of these parcels, and they're not being considered. I have been an advocate for hooking up their road from the Indrio Woods over to De Leon so that we'll have a crossing there whenever that road is improved. There will be an intersection there rather than an offset intersection. Try to get it where we can access De Leon south and connect all these properties, and it would alleviate a lot of problems. I'll thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Brian Green, 4950 Indrio Road. I'm probably going to be the worst speaker you have this evening. I'll try to make it very brief. The reason I'm here simply is I want you guys to exercise your ability to try to preserve the rural way of life that St. Lucie County is. I mean, I was born in Fort Pierce. My mom and dad were born in Fort Pierce. I love St. Lucie County for what it is, not for what it's going to be. I really respect what it is. And I just really implore you guys to do what you can to hold on to that. I mean, the developer's job is to develop. I understand that. It's going to happen. But I still can't help but to come out from my home and ask you guys, just vote no on that. Just keep it residential agriculture. Leave it status quo. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Last call. Anybody else wanting to come forward and speak at this time? We're going to close the public comment and come back to the board.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lee?
first
Let
of all.
me stop real quick first.
Go ahead.
I want Corey to address a couple of the questions. Number one being, Corey, I mean, we know the answers, but I want to hear from staff. What is the plans for Indrio Road? Patrick might, if Patrick or Dan, you want them to answer, but I'm sure you know this.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as has been experienced on the ground within the last decade, improvements have been made from De Leon Avenue at the northwest corner all the way out to I-95. There is still a section west of Kings Highway. That's a 2-lane section which narrowed to support stormwater and maintained sidewalks and pedestrian links. From this project's northwest corner east to US Highway 1, we do have a level of service D of transportation volume of roughly 6,500 trips per day for this area and this link. It's not targeted on our capital improvements plan for widening in the foreseeable future. However, collaboration between the county staff and the Transportation Planning Organization continues to monitor any developments that are approved, slated, or vested for assignment of trips on this corridor to ensure that those capital improvements can be advanced when timing and funding warrants, when it's demanded by the traffic volume. The step that this project is at the rezoning and preliminary plan. A traffic statement and methodology assessment has been provided. If the project were to advance in one shape or form, a full traffic impact report would be required by our land development code. Any deficiencies or reductions in level of service to those roadway links, corridors, intersections, entryways to the projected driveways on Indrio or the connection with Taylor Dairy, those would need to be mitigated, offset, or improvements to support the traffic generated by this project. But in the immediate future, there's no county plans to improve Indra Road, widen it, add shoulders, add sidewalks. This link, Indra Road, is listed on our Greenways and Trails program. So long-term, the goal was to have beyond a 6-foot wide sidewalk along Indra Road, at least one side of it to support a multi-use path.
Patrick, you want to add anything?
Madam Chair, members of the Commissioner, Patrick Diane, Public Works Director for the record. Corey essentially covered it. There is remaining capacity on Indra Road in this section, therefore the widening would not be triggered until such time as the level of services is overreached. Thank you.
And my other question is, if this project goes in, do you think it would be a trigger to be able for them to be required?
Madam Chair, I don't have the numbers in front of me. However, I think the total number of units is proposed at
274, and the traffic range is between 1,300 and 1,800 trips per day based upon the multifamily development. The traffic study would explore that, look at the direction, distribution, where those trips are headed, if there's any internal capture with the proximity to the commercial development to the northwest. So that would be considered further just simply as a ratio or percentage based upon the TPO's 2023 calcs. It would be roughly anywhere from 20 to 23% additional traffic volume for that. What's experienced today from Kings Highway to Slash Pine Trail. But again, what the traffic study is going to identify is how much of the traffic would be moving from the site Taylor Dairy west to Kings, because that would be the majority movement that staff would anticipate, that there would be less percentage of folks heading to US Highway 1, which is the 2-lane designated roadway, whereas as you head west, you can have access to Turnpike Feeder to the north, Kings Highway to the south, head toward the airport or other industrial corridors for employment, school, as we noted, to the west, which is along closer to that maintained 2-lane section.
So I have a comment about that, but hang on one second. So with what he just said, do you think that it would trigger anything?
Madam Chair, it would be based upon the actual data within the traffic study, but just hearing the numbers that Corey just went over and looking at the available capacity based on the TPO's latest traffic counts, I don't think that we would enter into a realm where the concurrency would fail on the roadway based on the trips generated from this subdivision.
Okay. And, hang on. And Corey, with what you just stated, everything you stated basically geared towards the west, and they're not having a west turn. Everything coming out of this is going to be east.
Madam,
coming off of Taylor Dairy to Indrio, it's supposed to be right heading to the east off Taylor Dairy, no west.
Oh, the project proposes 2 access points. The access that's immediately directly on Indra Road would be limited to right in, right out only. Trips that are westbound heading to the commercial plaza, heading to Lakewood Park Elementary to I-95, they would be guided to the proposed access onto Taylor Dairy Road, where those improvements would be made not only to the roadway, because today it's unpaved, through that intersection to allow for a westbound left turn onto Indrio from Taylor Dairy.
Okay.
The traffic assessment would consider whether an eastbound right turn lane would be warranted at the project's direct entrance at Indrio or at Taylor Dairy. And as was previously stated this evening, Taylor Dairy Road right-of-way, it does have a canal to the west. Mm-hmm. The improvements would be to the east, and that would require a commitment by the county from our county-owned land to facilitate a typical roadway section to improve Taylor Dairy.
Okay, I'm just asking these so that there's clarification because there's people watching. And if there, did you have a question, Commissioner Zaleski?
The applicant stated in her presentation, I believe, that there's a point in time in which traffic got to a level they would be participating in the intersection at Indrio and US 1. Is that accurate, ma'am?
What she said was there'd be a turn lane at US 1
eastbound.
and eastbound, and that coming off Indrio, they would, if it triggered it by the traffic study, they would be open to a flashing light and the crossing.
No. She indicated that there'd be a point in time when you would have to participate when the traffic got to a certain level at the light at Indrio and US 1
Correct.
with a possible right turn lane and a financial participation, not creating that whole
Correct,
intersection.
yes. We would pay our proportionate fair share of whatever that impact was. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say on the record, I do appreciate, I know that you have made a lot of concession to try to get this project. You have given a lot, and I have to say with all the developers I've ever worked with, I only know of one other that's really given as much as you have given. I'm not saying I'm going to approve the project or deny the project at this time. I'm just stating, I do want to say on the record, thank you very much, because it shows that
Thank
you
you.
have tried.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Is there any other questions? You have questions, Commissioner?
Comments?
Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say that I agree with all the residents in the area. To hit a couple of the highlights, we've got some severe wildlife out there. That particular area, the Lakewood Park area, is a very unique area. It's one of the few places left in St. Lucie County that's pretty much remained St. Lucie County. I don't believe this, to steal Chair Townsend's comment a couple of meetings ago with the other project off of Emerson Lane. I don't believe that this particular project fits this area. I don't think rentals around a possible historic land piece that I understand they're working on getting the historical designation for it. I don't like the idea of rentals around that. You've got the Rio Cabo to the west of that, and they are talking about putting in affordable housing. I just, again, don't think that's a good fit. I do believe that if we approve this, it's going to open up the adjacent properties to do just the same thing, which is going to increase the density, which is going to increase the cost of the county, because eventually you're going to have to four-lane that road. I believe what they had mentioned, that a better area for this is going to be out towards the I-95 corridor. The people that they're looking to rent these apartments to are going to need jobs, and the majority of the jobs are in warehouses, and the majority of warehouses are off of 95 all the way down to Becker Road. So Indrio Road would be greatly impacted. Again, it just isn't a good fit in my opinion, so I am going to be voting no on this.
Does anybody else have any comments? If not, I'll make my view.
Chair.
Mr. Butler?
Yes, ma'am. Corey, can you go back to the slide that has the surrounding development projects on it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fowler, staff has a snapshot here with some notable projects immediately adjacent. The applicant's presentation did have some highlights of the surrounding area. We wanted to make sure we display the exhibit that you're looking for.
These are approved projects for the record.
The Cabo Rio project due west of the site is under active development for 146 RV sites. The Sugar Sands 84 unit apartment complex due north of Indrio Crossings has site plan approval and is pursuing development permits. The Habitat for Humanity project due north of that at Miramar and De Leon for 5 duplexes, consistent with the duplex development surrounding it, tying into water and wastewater. It's 10 units. That's a pending building permit approval. The Indrio Pine site plan to the east, that is essentially a part 2 of an established project along its western boundary that has roughly 100 units today on the ground, and they're proposing roughly 75 units for rental due east. Those are in a townhome type form, but they will not be platted for sale townhome lots. That is pending site plan approval. It's still working through the Development Review Committee's evaluation.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm sure the three of you are very acutely aware of that I have recently learned is once we give an approval, as long as they keep them alive with proper extensions, there's three developments I can think of off the top of my head. I think it's Estancia, if that's what it's called, on 25th Street south of Edwards, approved back in 06, 08, now just breaking ground. Prima Vista Commons, which is in my district, Tilton Road behind the Prima Vista Publix, and Silver Oak PUD at Tilton and Silver Oak, that's approved back in the 90s and is just now coming forward. That these are projects beyond our purview. They've been approved. There's nothing we can do. They're ready to go vertical. And so I think we'd be remiss not to take into account what is already approved that we don't have any control over. That being said, I'm that person. I like to go out, go to the area, and my travels don't typically take me on the north end. So I went out to Indrio, went out to this site about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. And I can tell you at that time, the traffic from Kings and Indrio headed westbound was queued almost to the Binney Estate at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. So I know the stats tell us that Indrio is not needed to be widened at this time, but from what I saw clearly, it is already having stress from traffic. So my concern again also is it is AR1, which means essentially one house per acre as it's currently zoned. My other concern is the rental aspect, considering there's already so many rentals along the Indrio Road corridor. I concur with Chair Townsend. You guys have been a pleasure to work with. Since I've been in office, again, pretty much if I've asked it or brought it up, you've been very, very agreeable. But at this time, I just don't think I can support a rezoning.
So I'll go ahead and speak. I know that there's a lot of things that as residents you don't understand, and it's just like Commissioner Fowler mentioned, there's some of these projects that have been in the makings before we were up here, maybe not Commissioner Zadowski, he's the old man on the board, but for the rest of us. And so there are certain things and there are certain zonings that are protected through zoning and through property rights. And that's probably the biggest challenge I think all the five of us have is in our hearts, we want to do what's most conducive for the residents in that area in the neighborhood. Sometimes our hands are tied and we can't do that. I personally am very familiar with this. I have been traveling that road for 60 years, and I loved the oaks that used to be there, and because they've aged out and they've gotten diseased, they've had to be cut down. And the Binney House has been there a long time. You brought up earlier, Commissioner Lead, about a historical thing. That's not something that we can take into consideration right now. It's not designated historical, so we can't consider that in our decision tonight. And again, I want to say thank you, because just like Commissioner Fowler said, I wish every person that came to my office was as pleasant as you all have been coming to deal with us. Because anything that's been mentioned, you have done it. But for me, like I had a very candid conversation with you earlier and said, I wanted to find a path forward to help you get there because you've been so kind in doing everything, but I can't. For me, it's about safety and knowing what Indrio Road is, just like Commissioner Fowler stated. I'm on that road every single day. I cannot consciously vote for a project that I know is going to make left-hand turns where there's not a clear sight. It's already blocked with the road, the way that the road curves, and I cannot know that I was going to be made responsible for taking somebody's life moving into their future because they go to make a left-hand turn onto Indrio Road. I can't find a path forward to get there with this. I wish I could. So I cannot be voting for this project. Again, Lindsay, I wish I could, but I just can't. I just cannot get past the safety issue coming out onto Indrio Road. It's two-laned. The road already needs improvements. It's already bumpity bump. It's not that wide. There's just so many negatives about Indrio Road to begin with. And that whole corridor, even if it was to be four-laned, it would merge into the two lanes there at that intersection. And so for all those reasons above, as much as I would love to be able to approve your project, I can't. I have to protect the residents, and it's a safety issue for me, so I'll be a no tonight. Commissioner Zadowski?
Madam Chair, I appreciate the comments from my commissioners. I appreciate the presentation from our staff and from the applicant. This is where I get to do my my advertisement. You know, we back in 1990s, there was a movement for the residents to move forward with a referendum, largely driven by the citizens, that if you don't own it, you got to buy it. So we've had this conversation on North and South Beach. We've had it all over the county. Here's our opportunity to take this passion that we've heard tonight and funnel it into an opportunity to actually create a citizen-driven referendum to be placed on the ballot, to be supported by the voters, to put a bond on the table for some number. Indian River County just did it with $50 million. And so they're going to be buying environmentally significant lands with those $50 million over a 20-year period. St. Lucie County did that back in the 90s, mid-90s, 94 or something like that. And the county has taken $20 million and turned it into $70 million worth of valued property, keeping it in preservation and conservation land in perpetuity. Understanding that these trees are very important and this environment is very important. And so I would suggest today, take this passion and join in to the group on North and South Beach who are already moving forward with an opportunity to do a referendum to be placed on the ballot so that we can actually put money aside. It's a small percentage of a millage that can be placed on your taxes, largely $30, $40 a year, something to that effect. It can all be worked out with however it's presented. So here's an opportunity to say, not in my backyard, but if it's going to come in my backyard, I'm going to buy it. Because if there's an opportunity for the folks who bought Binney to have purchased this entire land, they could have used that as the whole opportunity for the photography, the art. That would have been fantastic. You know, I didn't ask you that question as to why that didn't happen, but at the end of the day, there's an opportunity. If there's a piece of property that has this significant canopy, then there's an opportunity for environmentally significant lands to be purchased if we take a citizen's approach, put it on the ballot, because if the citizens drive it, it's a lot easier to move it forward than us. The government doesn't need to be in that opportunity. It'll have to come to us, it'll have to be on the ballot, and you as the voters are going to be the ones to approve it. So there's the opportunity. Now that's my advertisement. Now let's get to let me ask one question. We talk about what's available and so on and so forth. We see the properties to the north that are in this particular picture. What is located to the east and south of immediately of this property?
Chair Townsend, Vice Chair Zadowski, due east and to the southeast are lands owned by St. Lucie County. Immediately east for some time, the county, at least previously, had more of a greenhouse type crop production or landscape production facility. To the southeast, the property is zoned utilities and has been considered for a water and wastewater facility, coined the North County Water and Wastewater Facility.
But the entire property that wraps around this until you stay on the Taylor Dairy side is all airport property,
yes,
which is largely going to remain unchanged until 60 years from now when we actually build a terminal to manage the passenger service, right?
That's correct, Commissioner. The Tres Coast International Airport, if you look at the airport boundaries, they start to push up to those two parcels that I referenced. Further to the east, we have lands within that boundary that are zoned industrial light on the edge of the airport FAA designated area. And then we have utilities, which is supporting the airport transportation component of the adjacent land uses.
So the bigger part of what I'm trying to get to is all the property that's within the airport boundary is not going to be developed with apartments, homes, et cetera, because it's going to be limited in because of the sound, the noise, and so on and so forth. So that's a challenge. And I will speak to the one speaker about the airplanes going north. If that happens, you need to call Cameron at the airport because they have a position. They're supposed to travel due east and make a left-hand turn at the highway. So when you have that issue, call because we have a tracking system. So make the phone call.
But if the winds are not, they have to go out the west.
Yeah, but she said they went over her house.
Oh.
So they shouldn't be coming that fast, that soon. Anyway.
Go ahead.
Moving on. What is the by right density for this property?
Vice Chair Zadowski, the zoning of AR1 allows for 1 dwelling unit per acre. The land use classification under the towns, villages, and countryside assigns a TDR, transfer of development value, or rights of up to 9 dwelling units per acre. That corresponds with the land use that pre-existed the TVC before its adoption.
Okay.
So pursuit of up to 9 units per acre unless use of other mechanisms within the towns, villages, and countryside overlay to increase that density.
Okay. So this isn't a TVC, there's an overlay, and that comes into play, correct?
Those guidelines are applicable to review of the application, yes, sir.
Hold on. And Mr. McIntyre, this is the question you get all the time from me when the time comes when the folks are unhappy with what's coming to their neighborhood. Can you tell us about what a Burt Harris claim is and how that functions and what the process is, so that if we deny a project for any number of reasons, it could be a process by the applicant or the property owner to take a stand?
Sure. This is more of a generic response. It's not, in my mind, necessarily applicable to this property. But generally, our state legislature for some years has provided a law that would benefit property owners who feel that they have not been able to achieve reasonable investment-backed expectations as a result of government action. And so they would have the right in that circumstance under the state law to file a lawsuit. There's an appraisal process that's provided for in the law, but ultimately if there was not a settlement reached, it would end up in a court situation where a judge would have to determine whether the county was unreasonably impacting reasonable investment-backed expectations. That's a gross oversimplification of a relatively complex law, but that's essentially what it is.
Simpler is easier. All right. Let's move down to the actual proposed plan. Can we go to their site plan, or actually the proposed? All right. Okay. So you've heard to the applicant. You've heard this from most of us up here. I think you've probably even heard it from our staff, is when developments come in, they don't actually fit into the community because it is largely a single-family home community to the north. And so you're going to hear those arguments. And for the changes that you've made, let's go to the previous version of this. Can we flip to the...
Give me 1 second. I have to go to their PowerPoint.
Oh, sorry, it's in a
That's
different
okay.
one? I'm sorry about
That's
that.
okay. This is correct.
So when you take a look at this previous plan, it really does, I think, hinder the property that's in the center, the Binney property. I think that the buildings and the parking that is so close to the road is undesirable at best. The alignment of the roadway, the second entrance or exit is too far to the north. The fact that they moved that and made connectivity to Taylor Dairy away from the intersection gives an opportunity to give the folks in this community whether to go right or left, as you've indicated, but in the western portion, it's only right in, right out. But if the traffic is going to queue up there, I would indicate that if I were living in this community, I would certainly go to the right and make my right and go down to 25th Street and then make my way to 95, as opposed to trying to get through the intersection at Indian Rio and Kings Highway. But that's just me. And we heard too that you were going to take the building to the north and lower that to 2 stories, right?
Correct.
So what I'm hearing from the public, what I'm hearing from my colleagues, is that the density is a challenge, all right? It's also that it may not fit into this community. Well, it's not in the single-family homes to the north. It is to the south. You have Rio to the west, which is going to be largely RV and rental. So it's going to be rental to next door, even though the plats will be owned by property owners. So let me ask this question of you, the applicant. When you were in my office, I went through a lot of iterations with you, and you came through nicely. The one thing that I kept harping on is essential housing. And so when you look at this, and the TVC tries to create walkable communities, if not here, where? So, I asked that question because when you spin out, if you look to the northwest, you have the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. So when we want to take cars off the road and we want to reduce the amount of cars on the road, if you create the opportunity to walk across the road, take the sidewalk to the Winn-Dixie, now you have an opportunity to have a walkable community. So that's the thought process behind taking the cars off the road. So if I'm hearing that the cars are the issue, you have a proposal here that actually can have the shopping nearby. Winn-Dixie's there. There's one of my favorite Chinese restaurants, McDonald's. But there are other services that are in that plaza that help to provide for the services of a development like this. Well, let me go off the crazy train here, and let's ask you if the applicant would be willing to reduce the two. You're only going to reduce, or you're proposing to reduce the one to the north.
As right now, yes.
So what I've suggested is you reduce the one to the west, the one to the east, and the direct one just coming south of the one from the east. So you take those 3 buildings, you take them down to 2. It'll reduce your density from 277 to, and I think we did the numbers on it, down to about 230, something like that. Do we have that calculation?
It's about 223 to 225, around that range.
Okay. So that's my first question. And then because I'm asking for a reduction in density, I've also asked you for essential housing, and you put 5% at 120% of median income and 5% at 140% income, median income. I would request that you made it all 10% at 120% of income for 10% of the remaining units to go into essential housing. You have, right on the other side, just south on Kings Highway, you have A1 Trust, you have Maverick, you have Pursuit. We talked about a bus route so that the workers could actually get to work.
Yes.
What else? And actually there's a proposed fire station across the street on Taylor Dairy. So,
Correct.
Again, we're looking for, and we've all said it. We sat up there with each of the counties around us, Martin, Indian River, and Okeechobee, and we talked about essential housing. How can we benefit? What can we do to force the issue in our community that we have control of? We've talked to the state. The state was in there. So what can we do? They came back with Senate Bill 102. That's still an option for us out here. But here's an opportunity where the folks want density. I get that. The folks that live around it don't want the density. They want to reduce traffic. And if you reduce this from 277 to 220, 221, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Right? There's a couple in here. It's got to be from Mr. Mom. No? Okay.
So reducing all 4 of these units. So
Take the ones that are north of the road, the road.
So if all of these 4 units are at 2 stories, that would bring our total to 229 units.
So 229, and 10% of those go into essential housing. Is that something that your applicant would agree to?
Yes, thank you all for your comments. The short answer is yes, but there's a couple things I wanted to talk about. This isn't affordable housing. I know
No,
that
it's essential.
it's essential housing. And just for some reference points, this comes directly from the state's website at 120% AMI, a family of four, that equates to $101,000 a year. And for one person, it's $71,000. And so this is not an affordable housing community. I just wanted to get that on the record. In terms of lowering the buildings and reducing density, we would be open to reducing the height of the buildings that you mentioned to 2-story, taking the reduction in density, and then also providing 10% essential housing at 120% AMI.
So when I listened to the folks who presented, most of them indicated that they understand that development's coming. So what does that look like? If we have the opportunity to take an applicant that is coming in with a significant, well, actually, you even had a higher density before it started.
288.
So if we were able to reduce this down to 229 with 10% in essential housing,
yes, sir.
That which is teachers, nurses, hospital staff, maintenance workers, et cetera, there's an opportunity for us to do what we've said we would do in all these meetings. And so here's an opportunity to hold a developer, to our position that we've stated over and over and over. The participation of and the proposal of a crosswalk, we've done that on North Beach, we've done that on South Beach. So there's an opportunity for safety. Again, walking to the Winn-Dixie, that shopping center provides for a walkable community. Again, takes cars off the road. So if we're going to take 50 more units out of the equation, that's a benefit to the folks who've spoken tonight. I appreciate what they've said. Now, the one thing that we haven't cleared up yet is the tree mitigation, because a lot of those, the laurel oaks, I can tell you, I had 5 of them in my yard, and all of them were diseased, and it was terrible. But there are significant tree canopy here, and everybody up here knows how I am about trees and wetlands and so on and so forth. So tree mitigation would be a significant number. I heard someone say that it was going to all be scraped down. I can't imagine you can even afford that.
That's not accurate. And we are committed to preserving, and we'll take a condition of approval that requires us to walk that site with Environmental Resources Department and preserve as many trees as possible. It's not our intent to tear down big, beautiful, healthy trees and replace them with tiny trees. It benefits our neighborhood as much as it benefits our neighbors, and so we are preserving as many as possible.
So did we have the ERD report? And I apologize, if it was in my packet, I didn't read it.
Good evening. We're joined by Brian Arbeiter, Senior Environmental Planner with our team, and ERD's report on this preliminary plan was part of the record dated September 1st, 2023.
Hey, good evening. Brian Arbeiter for the record. So 50% of the upland habitat is being preserved on site. Most of the good habitat is to the southeast. They are proposing to restore the western half of this preserve area to match the natural habitat on the east. They are impacting 50% of the native habitat, but our land development code calls for 25% native upland habitat set aside to meet the mitigation requirements. So they're above and beyond our mitigation minimum standards for mitigation.
Okay.
And they're also preserving more trees. They're going to walk the property with us.
So tell us about how mitigation works. If you took down a 20-inch tree, there'd be a cost associated with that, or you'd have to replace it with something like?
Yes. So whenever you take down a 20-inch tree, for example, you have to mitigate at a 2-to-1 ratio. So you owe 40 inches of mitigation. That 40 inches of mitigation can be either planted on site or met by preserving, let's say, 20 inches. For every 20 inches you preserve on site, you're granted 40 inches. So you can plant on site, you can do a fee in lieu at $200 an inch, or you can preserve. The most cost-effective way is to preserve on site. These guys are doing the 25% set aside. That's an alternative mitigation compliance method. And So they're doing that preservation, and they're also going to preserve around the perimeter of the site as many trees as possible.
Okay. So you would have to come back to us. If this were to be rezoned tonight, they would have to come back to us again to review the site plan and go through the conditions. Is that correct?
Vice Chair Zadowski, members of the board, the Towns, Villages, and Countryside overlay provides that after regulating or preliminary plans authorized with the rezoning, that a final site plan may be approved administratively unless the board's action prescribes that the final site plan be back before the Board of County Commissioners.
So given the interest and the concerns of the public on the tree canopy and what the elevations would look like, I thought you made a pretty good move at how you created that elevation review. Based on the U-Haul, it was pretty significantly better. So from that standpoint, if we simply were able to move forward with the rezoning scenario, with the proposed conditions that you've put in place, what I've been asking tonight, and someone hopefully is writing these down, and again, I want to make sure that you've agreed to, before I ask the board to support my position.
We agree with the conditions that you spoke about. We also agree if, because of the conditions, you indicated that there's interest that you want to review the architecture. Again, we said it from the beginning, we're committed to building something in this community that everybody's proud of, and we don't have any issue working with you all on that.
And that's where I am. I want to meet the neighbors in a way that provides for their opportunity to come back and relook at this thing. This is step one, really. I mean, you've been through 3 P&Zs, which I think is probably more than I've ever seen in any reasonable time in the last 10 years. But if you would agree to accept the conditions, the tree canopy proposal scenario, the 10% of essential worker housing at 120% of median income, you maintain that position, what staff had for the crosswalk, Taylor Dairy Road, participation in paving that, because I think the county's going to have a part to play in that because of what we're planning over there. You've created the buffers around the Binney property really significantly, and again, you've proposed walking the property with the folks from Binney property and ERD to walk through to make sure that the buffer is significant. The preserve area, what is the total open space on this?
Well, the preserve area measures 7.48 acres. I don't know the open space
I believe
figure.
it's closer to 42% overall, if looking at the gross area of 32.5 acres.
The reason why I ask that, because there will be others that come before us that have significantly less open space considered. So that being said, it meets so many versions of the TVC that we're trying to accomplish. We are going through right now a review of TVC to find what is the best possible outcome. Maintaining open space, walkable communities, interconnected roadways. They've done what we've said that we wanted in the last meeting when we talked through the TVC. Everything that each of you had stated up here is being done here. Now, admittedly, the tree canopy is a concern, and being able to maintain as much of the native tree structures and the canopy is incredibly important to me, and it certainly is to the neighbors.
And to us as well.
And so I'm having gotten those concessions from this applicant, and to ask them to come back again, even though it could be administratively approved, I think it gives the citizens an opportunity to say, we've asked for this, this, and this. They've capitulated to a lot of those concerns. It gives them the opportunity to go back and give us a better review of what the property will look like going forward. And we can either say yes then or no. And that way the citizens can have what they've asked for, not exactly what they've asked for. We maintain the tree canopy, we maintain the preservation area. We get significant input for the Indian Road. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. Participating in recreating the oak canopy along Indian Road is one of the things I had asked for.
Yes.
Participating in that.
In terms of Environmental Resource Department is Indrio and the perimeter of the property.
Okay. And then I did ask you a really off-the-wall question. You know, the folks at Binney are going to move forward with this in a historic preservation approach. And I suggested to you, and we have the Crayola, did she leave?
I think I saw them leave.
Okay. And I suggested to you that one of the ideas that I've been doing for Art in Public Places as an idea is to create the original Binney crayon box. It's 8 crayons, and they have the same, the colors are, you know, what they are, and to get the actual art project and donate it to the Binneys so that they could actually make that part of their presentation for you know, what they're going to do there, reliving the history of Binney and showing, you know, just that opportunity.
Absolutely. All that is a placeholder. We're dedicating space. We don't have a design finalized, and we'd absolutely be open to it and work with the county and our neighbors on that.
I would suggest donating it to them on their entryway of their property, so that when people come to their property, I mean,
They might not want it.
Well, I'm looking at them. I did suggest to them when I talked to them. Is that something you would consider?
Yes.
I was asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to answer
Okay.
for you.
Okay. So we've got a lot of concessions on the table. I would ask the board to consider the thought process, things that we've said in the past about having essential housing, the roadway structure, maintaining environment, they're maintaining their water and their stormwater system. The properties to the east and due east and due south from that will never be put into housing because it's the airport. So you have an opportunity for wildlife to go there. We don't want it on the runway, but at the end of the day, there's an opportunity, again, going back to the referendum, citizens referendum. Just last week, the Land Acquisition Selection Committee moved forward with purchasing, and I'm looking at Amy, is it 40 lots in the north of the Indrio Preserve. So the county is continuing through environmental resources to preserve property yeah. How many lots was that? I can't remember.
Good evening, Commissioners. Amy Griffin, Environmental Resources Director for the record. That was, last week was 2 additional lots to the 50 that they approved previously. So
Okay.
52 total with more on the horizon, hopefully.
And as part of that too, it's scrub jay. It's going to be scrub jay preserve. So as we're looking through these opportunities, there's another endangered species that the county is trying to preserve. And in that region, in that community, in that area, we continue to try and strive to save the canopy, save the scrub jay, which is a endangered species. So I'd ask the board to talk about it and see where your thoughts are, given that we've been able to secure a reduction, significant reduction in the number of units, participation, and all the things that I've suggested. So I'd like to ask, you know, your consideration of that opportunity.
Okay, well, we've heard from everybody, but Commissioner Barnes, do you have anything?
So I'm not going to reiterate everything that was said. Commissioner Zadowski, you said it probably better than I certainly could. I truly have not seen a company come before us who was so willing to be good neighbors, to make the concessions that they have made. And they made them before they walked in here. And then you asked them to make more and make more and make more. And I didn't hear them hesitate once. I have heard that, having spoken to the people that own the Binney Estate, was that a big concern was that they stayed at 2 stories. They're willing to do that. I heard from some of the other neighbors that I understand that development is coming, but can we do it in a way that is more satisfactory to our neighbors, more consistent with what our neighborhoods are? And I commend you all for doing just that. The idea that this will come back to us, which gives you more the ability to take a look at it once again, as you're correct, then we have the ability, the ability to yay or nay it. But again, it's an opportunity. The essential housing, we've all been screaming for it. Our teachers are screaming for it. Our hospital workers, our nurses, they are all screaming for it. And they need it, and we need them. So if there is an opportunity to make that connection, I think that we should be seriously looking at it. So once again, you put it out there much more eloquently than I would even try to do. But I would support going through with the conditions. Lindsay, do I remember that we were also doing sidewalks?
I stated that.
Right? We talked about sidewalks around,
Yes,
again, for the
Commissioner.
walking.
On Taylor Dairy and Indrio, as well as
Right.
internal to our property. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then that proportionate,
A proportionate fair share of any improvements at the intersection of US 1 and Indrio, we will pay whatever is required as a result of our development without issue.
and that, Mr. McIntyre, can we do that and put a set time on that? So in other words, if it's not approved through FDOT or whatever right now, however, with the impact, they say in 5 years, can we hold them to that or no?
Well, it's my understanding that there will be a more detailed traffic report done at the next phase. We just have a preliminary traffic, for lack of a better term, that's not what it was described, but we'll actually have a full-blown, as I understand it,
Okay.
at the next stage, and so we could add it as a condition. I think we could deal with the issue in the conditions of approval, but we would probably want to look at the traffic report to see what the impacts were first, I would think.
Well, aren't they charged for it up front anyways? It's a proportionate share, and then it goes into the pot, and then it's put in there, so when it's deemed necessary and DOT requires it, it's already there. So
Yes.
it's already part of the code.
Yes, if it's
So
a
we don't have-
proportionate share, that's how it would work. I was
Correct.
just trying to, I don't know that we have enough information right now to determine what that share would be and all of that.
That is correct. And Madam Chair, I understand we can hold those funds for up to 10 years to apply to a project.
Yep.
Thank you. That's
That's code.
exactly what I was looking for. So,
You have something else, Lindsay?
No.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Are you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay. Is there any more conversation?
Just like to add a few more, well, not a few more points, but I am still against the project. I do not think it fits in the area. It's a wildlife, Commissioner Zablocki was a very good explanation, and the applicant, I do say that you guys work well with us, and I appreciate that, I really do. But again, I just don't think this fits in the area. We are developing the area by I-95 that's going to have a lot of opportunity to put something like this out there, which is going to be more convenient for the people in that price range that you're talking about. When I think of affordable housing, I don't think of apartments. I understand they are a part of that, but to me, affordable housing is get somebody that first step into a home that they actually own so that they can sell that and move up the ladder as their income grows. That being said, the wildlife, I do like your proposal of possibly getting some type of finance mechanism to keep an area of St. Lucie County green for the wildlife, and I think this is the perfect area to do it. And again, I think this area or this particular proposal needs to be looked at in an area that's already been basically bulldozed because of the absence of the citrus groves and keeping the greenery that we are slowly, or let me rephrase that, quickly losing in St. Lucie County. I hear it from all the constituents, keep St. Lucie County green. We don't want it to be a concrete jungle, and we are taking out some beautiful, beautiful trees out here. So I am still totally against this in this particular location.
Commissioner Zadowski.
Commissioner Lee, I just, because we oftentimes throw the words around affordable housing, workforce housing, essential housing. I just want to make, because affordable housing has a definition under federal rules. So I just want to make sure this is essential housing, this is workforce housing, and it's only 10% of the overall number of units. So just want to make sure that that's clear, because
But they are rentals.
They're a rental, right? As will, it looks like 4 more around the area. But
Which I don't think rentals is a bad thing.
No,
I think
no,
an appropriate
nobody
area.
can buy
But, so Commissioner Zadowski is correct. Affordable housing is not to exceed 30% of your income. And this is not that. This is essential housing. So we do need to have that cleared on the record. Commissioner Fowler, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Or are you okay?
No, that hasn't already been said. Thank you.
Okay, so I concur with what you're saying, Commissioner Zadowski. And again, I can't thank the applicants enough. But for me, this is where me and DOT go head to head. And DOT should see the foresight of what's going to happen. And they should come to us where a commitment could be made between us and you and everybody to have a traffic light put there for the safety of the residents. And I just can't get beyond a safety issue of having the residents come out there. So for me, I can't support the project. I wish I could. I'd like to be able to get there, but I can't. So I'm entertaining a motion by somebody, whoever wants to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve based on the entirety of all the conditions that were created by staff, the ones I created here, with the reduction of the height of the 4 units, to reducing the number down to 229, with the 10% of essential housing provision at 120% of the median income, the participation that has already been stated, Indrio Road, sidewalks, the participation in the fair share contribution, the preservation of the trees, and then, only then, that it comes back to us with the next possible iteration, which provides the board with a clear understanding of what the tree canopy has become or would become, what the mitigation, if any, would be part of that, and the elevations to the architectural elevations that gives us a better idea as to what they're going to look like, what they may look like. And so I've provided all of that before, and I'm hoping you were writing them all down.
They have it.
I think
I
you
got
have.
it. She's got it.
And so I'd like the board to consider that so that you would then have another opportunity at another public meeting so that the residents could feel comfortable or not, and then you make that decision then as to what to do. But I think that based on what the applicant has provided, the significant input we have from the residents, I appreciate that, and I'm glad they're here. And that's what helps us make better outcomes. So I'd ask you to consider that, because I think getting the opportunity to come back to us is incredibly important and essential to the neighborhood, to our attempt to improve our essential housing, because we need it. And they showed us our own information back to us from the EDC information. So if not here, where? You have the walkable community next to a Winn-Dixie and all the services that may be provided in there from a commercial standpoint. So for consideration, I would like to ask your support.
Okay.
And a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So Madam Secretary, I'm gonna have you call the roll. Before you do, though, I just want to explain some things to the residents, because I know people watching, you're here tonight. Again, we do appreciate when you're here, and the other thing I think it's real important for everybody to understand is, so many times when something comes to the Planning and Zoning Board, you feel it's a done deal, and it's not. A Planning and Zoning Board is an advisory board that is supposed to sit there and help the process be expedited to us. They should not be denying projects 2 and 3 times. That's not the role of them. However, unfortunately, that does happen. And again, it happened to this applicant, and you graciously did everything they asked. But they're an advisory board, and the final decision is based with the commissioners. So it really kind of upsets me when I see residents on social media putting stuff out there that you're not putting facts out there. And so I'm glad that y'all are here tonight, and those of you that are watching, I hope that you learn from the process, and I hope that you learn from several of the things you're going to hear tonight. This is just the beginning of one, that it's the board that makes the final decision. And so before you want to put things out there that you're spreading wrong information, that you wait and you be heard, because this is the meeting that it's the most important for you to come and be heard. So again, like Commissioner Zadowski said, on behalf of the 5 of us, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. It's important that you're here, and it helps us make a better decision. So I appreciate that you're here tonight. With all that said, I'm going to have the secretary call the roll.
Commissioner Fowler?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Leeds?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bartz?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Zadowski?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chair Townsend?
No, ma'am.
So, Commissioner Zadowski, I just want to make a quick comment, actually.
Sure.
So, what you've shown the residents tonight, again, is exactly some of the things that we've echoed, is just how flexible this developer has been. There's everything that he's asked, you heard there was absolutely no hesitation. But you know, one of the things also, I didn't say it, and it's right down here on the bottom of my paper, is one of the things that Commissioner Townsend brought up is while that ingress and egress off Indrio Road is supposed to be right turn in and right turn out, you can't control driver behavior. And that is so close to that intersection. You know, I have a problem with that. And I understand if not here, then where, but we don't always have to approve everything. That's why we're up here. We have to bear the broad shoulders of standing behind our decisions, and this is just not something, again, that I can support at this time as much as I want to, because I wish I had Lindsay in my office every week. She's wonderful. But I just can't do it.
Pardon me, Commissioner Fowler, can I clarify the one point you just made about the lefts?
Yes,
you
sir.
actually can control it. It's a design control, so it's a function of what you put there. It's not paint. You can actually put concrete curbing. You can make sure that people actually can't make that left, which would come in that final site plan approval. By the way, for the record, because y'all don't have a clue who I am and why I'm standing here talking. I am the lesser version of Bob Raines. My name is Brian Seymour. I'm an attorney with Dunster. But one of the things you would see in a final site plan is just that. We do understand that that's an issue. We'd certainly work with the staff, but there are ways in that design to make sure people really can't make that left out. So when Lindsay stands here and gives you this evidence that says in this quasi-judicial process, there will be no lefts, we can confirm there would be no lefts. So it really is right in, right out in that way. So I understand that concern, but it is not something where people really will be able to make a left. We're not just talking about paint on the concrete there, on the asphalt.
So I have a question. I mean, the vote's been taken. However, you can't control behavior of the drivers. And if you're going to do a right in, right out only, how are they going to go all the way to US 1 to turn around to come all the way back west to go to Winn-Dixie?
They're not.
Okay.
They're not going to go out onto Indrio, because we also could include signage inside. And as I can't remember, it was Aaron or Lindsay talked about, they would be directed. So the direction is to go out onto Taylor Dairy Road. I wanted to make sure I got the right road, right? So that's why you have the two. So if you wanted to go that route, you come out, and that's why you have that length of stacking that's available for the distribution. And again, we do have the traffic engineers and the traffic studies, but it hasn't been fully studied, fully distributed. But the way that it actually works has been proposed, both as shown by your staff and Lindsay. That's how you get out there if you're going to drive there. Again, as Commissioner Zadowski said, it may be. I think I had it.
You did good.
Yeah, you were close.
I was close.
But what I'm saying is it's still, when you come out Taylor Dairy, you're still coming to Indrio, and you're still going to turn left to go to Winn-Dixie. And that is the part I have tried to find every way I could to get there because, again, y'all have been absolutely amazing.
So I understand.
But the fact that they're still going to turn left on Indrio Road, the site is not clear with those trees and where the Benny House is. The traffic is 25 people speed through there again. That's only going to change from driver behavior and the sheriff's department radaring it. It's not going to be safe to come onto Indrio Road to turn left. So the only way is a roundabout. Do you want to do a roundabout?
So I haven't studied this. We don't have the traffic. I can't answer the question on a roundabout, but if we can come back with a final site plan, we can certainly investigate that. I don't have the answer because it hasn't been evaluated. We don't have the full traffic distribution. This is a preliminary site plan with the rezoning, right? So I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know where DOT comes. This is a DOT road. So certainly we would be happy to work with DOT, as Lindsay said. We'd pay the share that we got to pay. It's actually already something we wouldn't otherwise have to pay, to be honest with you, but we're willing to do that anyway. But the shortest version of it is, something has to be here. We do have the rights of property. We do meet all the code requirements. All the evidence is there, and I understand. This happened by my house, where a road was extended, buildings were built. There was a lot of concern about what was going to happen because of what was already there, and all we can rely on is the evidence presented based on what the actual experts show us. We do understand that that's there. You also heard from your engineers that you're a lot closer to getting that road widened with than without. And so those things we can all sit down and continue to work through and work with. But all from what we have based on this status of this preliminary site plan, this is meeting all of the requirements. It's not quadrupling the traffic. It was about, I think, I have 16% from our traffic engineer, about 20% from yours. That we can all work together to try to figure this out. And we do want to have more walkability. We do want to have more connectivity. It does meet all of those requirements as TVC. And so the goal is to see if we can get to that next stage, but we'd like to have this preliminary site plan approval so that we can do that. And I understand there's concerns. We got to work through that all as we go. But heck, if that was a county road, y'all would control it and you can do whatever you like.
It'd be different if it was a county road, but that's the problem. And I don't agree with a lot of the things DOT does because I don't think they do some of the safest decisions sometimes. And this is one of them. To me, to put that there and not require a light or a roundabout or something for a safe entry out onto Indrio Road, I just can't get past that. So, Mr. McIntyre, so I just want to.
I have a suggestion for the
Okay,
board.
that's what I'm going for. Do you have a
Because
suggestion?
the motion really was to approve the project, and it failed 3-2. But I think from a record standpoint, it would be appropriate for those on the prevailing side to move to deny the project for reasons stated and take an affirmative vote on denial, just from a record standpoint. Because what we have is the approval failed. That means the project doesn't go forward. But if the majority is in favor of denial, I think a simple motion for reasons stated by the folks that are in favor of denial would be appropriate with a second and a vote.
Madam Chair, as Mr. McIntyre, under Robert's rules, the maker of the motion can't remake a motion for reconsideration, correct? But can the seconder ask for reconsideration?
We don't really follow Robert's rules,
Yeah.
but
We follow DZ's rules.
yeah.
Which is Robert's rules, thank you very much.
Yeah.
But
the board
it's
the
the
board can
criteria we use, though.
Yeah, the board can reconsider something, I think, even at the next meeting, but I'm dealing with what we have tonight, and we have a motion to approve that failed, And I'm just thinking from a record standpoint, it would be better to have a motion to deny for reasons stated and have the vote taken so that on the record, there would be a denial of the petition. That's, I think, the appropriate at this point.
Okay, and I wanted to confirm that, but I have another question. If it is denied tonight, actually this, you can answer, Corey, probably. Is there a time limit that they would not be able to come back in and have a conversation to maybe have a different conversation? Or is there a time frame that they can't do that for so long? Because I don't want there to be a penalty if there's a conversation for something to come forward to talk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll take a look at the land development code. I think with a plan unit development, if there are distinguishable differences, there's not a time period or restriction to refile and present an alternative plan. Typically, we would see that with a straight rezoning request or conditional use for a particular development time.
So if it's denied, they can come back 3 months from now with something different and
with an alternative
plan.
Okay. There is a provision, I think, in the code in Chapter 11 that says when you have a rezone, just a rezone, there is like, I thought, a two-year requirement. But I agree with Mr. Benton that that's like a rezone to commercial or, this is a PUD. And so what we have in front of us is 274 units, now 229, as amended with all of that. If they make further changes, that's a different application.
Right.
I think it's probably not subject to the time limits.
Okay. I mean, I want to give them a path forward to entertain another conversation and not, so, okay. Commissioner Zadowski, did you want to add?
No, just clear them up.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Zadowski?
I just want to reiterate, again, we've worked hard, we've pushed our staff to find areas to support essential housing. We're on the record multiple times with our colleagues in Indian River, Martin, and Okeechobee. We've pushed the issue of TVC to multiple meetings and workshops to find a better way to manage the TVC. When somebody comes in with a product that actually meets significantly the TVC requirements, reduces density as opposed to taking density increase bonuses for some of the things they're doing, it's a challenge for me to deny this one. And understanding, I worked really hard to get to where the neighbors wanted to be, and they've said it clearly too. Development is coming, and not in my backyard is not a defensible approach.
It is coming.
You can't do it that way. And so when and you all have been up here with me now for 2 years and 3 years and 4 years.
And 7.
And 7 years. And I go after developers left and right to find the best possible outcome. And I haven't always approved them. And so this is a different one for me. It really was, and it is. And the fact that we've pushed the envelope for the environmental components of it, the waterway components of it, the walkable community part of it. It's so close to a shopping center. Again, taking cars off the road. I'm concerned that we with what's coming before us tonight and in the future, we're going to be really challenged if we can't support this one, because the stuff that's coming is a lot. Let's just say that the developer or the applicant in this scenario went way beyond what they.
I agree, and that's why I really struggle with this, because I want to say yes, and I want to offer you a job, Lindsay. I want you to come to work for the county. But for me, it's a safety issue, and I just can't get beyond that. So, Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bartz?
Do we have a motion on the table?
Yeah.
We do.
I'm sorry.
The motion is to deny.
He's asking. He's asking for your vote.
The motion is to deny.
Correct.
I said no, ma'am.
Okay, so she's, no, go ahead.
Commissioner Zadowski,
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Fowler,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Leach,
Yes, ma'am.
and Chair Townsend.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, but the door is still open to come back and try to have another conversation. What? I am. We're going to go ahead and take we'll come back in 10 minutes, please, and let those that need to leave and take a quick break. Thank you.
What's that? Yeah, I think it's a different application.
Oh, my God.
we're back. We're going to move on to item 5.
Good job, Kathy.
Hmm?
Good job. I just want to say.
Thanks.
You too, Larry.
Again, I want to remind you to silence your cell phones if you turned them on. If you're back in the room, please silence them. Go ahead.
Oh, you're.
I'm waiting on you.
I beg your pardon. Good
It's your
evening.
show.
Good evening, Chair Townsend, members of the Board of County Commissioners. For the record, Irene Settlemeyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This public hearing is regarding the proposed amendments to the Land Development Code applicable within the towns, villages, and countryside overlay. As you know, amendments to the Land Development Code require 2 readings before the board, and the only action we are seeking this evening on the proposed amendment of the Land Development Code is the scheduling of the second reading. This public hearing was properly noticed with publication of an advertisement in the local newspaper on February 23rd. The petition to amend the Land Development Code was brought forward by the representatives of the applicant for the Bedner Farms rezoning to plan retail workplace and preliminary regulating plan. And the proposed site plan is dependent on those proposed amendments. The application to rezone and to approve the Bedner Farms regulating plan is the next item on tonight's agenda. The Bedner's Farm property is about 177 acres at the northeast quadrant of I-95 and Indrio Road. The proposed amendments of the Land Development Code touch on 4 topics: the highway, service, and warehouse retail lot types, which streets in the towns, villages, and countryside become public right-of-way, the alleys in the planned retail workplace zoning district, and residential garage and driveway standards. When the Planning and Zoning Commission heard this item in December, they determined to continue it to January. At the January public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend that the board deny the proposed amendments. The Planning and Zoning Commission expressed concern that allowing front-loaded garages on small residential lots, because it can result in a continuous garage scape down the block, was too contrary to the vision of walkable residential neighborhoods in the TBC. And the concern was also expressed by some members that the county would be better served by clear enforceable standards rather than this kind of negotiation with every proposed development. While the proposed Land Development Code was brought forward with regard to a particular application and a particular piece of property, the proposed changes will be universally applicable in the TVC with property similarly situated. So one of the issues is the allowance of the highway, service, and warehouse retail lots. That will apply to all planned retail workplace zoning districts in the TVC. The residential garage and driveway standards will apply to all new single-family residential development, including townhouses in the TVC. So now I'm moving forward to the substance. So the TVC establishes 4 lot types as the means to control the size of buildings, the location of buildings on the lots, the location of parking, and the interplay between buildings and people on the sidewalk or the street. And to some extent, the regulation of the lot type or building type is more important than the regulation of uses in a form-based code such as the TVC. So most of the commercial lot types in the towns, villages, and countryside provide for quite small lots and small buildings located close to the sidewalk. For example, the retail building lot provides for a lot that's between 2,700 square feet and 7,200 square feet. It calls for narrow lot width and 80 to 100% of building frontage, meaning that the building occupies the whole front of the lot, and that parking is provided in the rear. The warehouse, retail, and highway service lot types, on the other hand, are provided specifically for the planned retail workplace zoning district, and they have no maximum lot width and no maximum lot area, and parking is not required to be located in the rear. The lot area starts at 10,000 square feet and it can go up. The warehouse, retail, and highway service lots are permit any use that is permitted in the commercial neighborhood, the commercial office, the commercial general, the institutional, and the multifamily zoning districts. And the warehouse retail lot also permits uses permitted in the industrial light zoning district. So the proposed amendment just expressly permits the warehouse retail and highway service lot types in the planned retail workplace zoning district. There are other sections of the code that indicate that those two lot types are permitted west of I-95. This makes it clear that an applicant in any planned retail workplace zoning district can request these lots, either side of I-95. So the other short amendment is it addresses which roads that are built by the private sector in the towns, villages, and countryside must become publicly dedicated. This comes up a lot when we're talking with applicants about public access to the road and whether it's going to be dedicated as public right-of-way. Of course, the county, we don't really want to take streets as public right-of-way because then we're responsible for maintaining them. So this clears up some ambiguity in the code that all streets in the future street network plan must be publicly dedicated. And this is a small map of the street network design for the towns, villages, and countryside overlay. We're in this location. Here's 95, and here's the property. You can see on this lot, initially, Cobelgard, when the TVC was adopted, the county, we envisioned Cobelgard being, in this location where it crosses Indrio, a bit to the east of where the Florida Department of Transportation actually built it, where it intersects with Indrio Road at this point. So the applicant's property is on this side and on this side of Cobelgard. So this is another small tweak to provide some increased flexibility for developers in the planned retail workplace zoning district. Alleys are always encouraged to the rear of the buildings, whether residential or commercial. This, and in some areas, alleys are mandatory. So currently, alleys are mandatory in the core and the center transect zones. This amendment just makes them alleys mandatory in the core transect zone. They will remain optional. They will continue to be encouraged in the center transect zone, but they are not required if this amendment is adopted. So the residential design standards are where more attention is provided in this amendment. So this is the existing text, and if you'll indulge me, I'll just read the existing text. Detached garages must preferably be located in the rear of the lot. Detached garages must be accessed from the alley or lane, except where no alley or lane is present. Front-loaded units shall not compromise the walkability and intended pedestrian character of a neighborhood. Garages not accessed from an alley shall be recessed from the main facade. A minimum of 25% of the residential units in each phase may include front-loaded detached garages. In the proposed amendments, we are recommending that that text be struck in its entirety. The other paragraph in the residential design standards is this one. If no alleys or lanes are present, garage doors on attached garages should face the side or the rear rather than the front, and be accessed from a driveway that does not exceed 10 feet wide except at the garage entrance. Where space does not permit a side or rear-facing garage door, any front-facing garage doors must be placed at least 20 feet behind the principal plane of the building frontage, and each door is limited to 1 car width. We're recommending that that text be struck in its entirety as well. And this is what we're proposing to replace it. So, one, we're providing that it's the residential driveway and garage standards will apply to new dwellings built in new subdivisions in the PTV or Planned Towns, Villages, Planned Country subdivision, and planned retail workplace zoning districts, and to all new dwellings in new subdivisions approved pursuant to these sections of code. So existing residential development on existing parcels and development on subdivisions created pursuant to the subsection that allows the property owner to transfer development rights will be exempt from these garage and driveway standards. Some of the existing lots are large lots. They might be 2 acres, they might be 10 acres, 5 acres, and there's no need for this management of the streetscape because the houses are further away from the street. So for the substantive standards, we are recommending, this is not the code text, but it summarizes the provisions. Garages on residential units shall not exceed 50% of the width of the front elevation of the house. Up to 20% of dwellings may have a garage that's up to 60% of the width of the front elevation. Each neighborhood shall include differing house types and lot widths. Driveway width shall not exceed 20 feet where it meets the sidewalk, or 50% of the lot width, whichever is smaller. Elsewhere on the lot, driveway width shall not exceed 22 feet. And the garage shall be recessed 10 feet from the front facade of the dwelling. So this is a fairly big change from the understanding that alleys are required and parking must be in the rear for residential development. The rear-loaded garages can result in very beautiful streetscapes, and it results in a continuous sidewalk with no driveways crossing it. So parents might be more comfortable with their child riding their bicycle because there's no cars crossing the sidewalk. People can walk, not worrying about driveways crossing the sidewalk. But the opposition to the rear-loaded garages has been expressed fairly continuously from the development community. And in the recent TVC meetings, that opposition has been expressed again. So therefore, as a means of compromise, we're proposing these modifications. Alleys are still encouraged. They would not be mandatory. So we're establishing these 6 basic standards. One of the key difference in between what staff is recommending and what the applicant is seeking is with regard to, so I said garages, it's really the garage door. We're measuring the garage door. Whether the width of the garage door should be measured as a percentage of the house or as a percentage of the lot width. Staff is advocating that we believe that measurement of the garage door as a percentage of the elevation of the house is the more appropriate standard you'll hear from the applicants, their point of view on this. Other than that, I believe that the staff, the applicants initiated this proposed LDC amendment. Staff worked a lot in working with them. We fleshed it out some further, and but it's this one item that has not been a meeting of the minds. So the garage setbacks continuing, for that provision that the garage should be recessed 10 foot from the front facade of the dwelling. If you provide a front porch that meets certain minimum standards, you can measure that 10 feet from the front of the porch rather than the actual front wall of the house. Of course, side-loaded garages are exempt from these provisions if the wall facing the street has windows, which makes it look like living space. And of course, there's no limitation on the garage or driveway width if the driveway and the garage are accessed from a rear alley. That remains an option. So we set forth those basic standards. Basically, 50% of the dwelling width, up to 20% of the lots can be 60% of the dwelling width, and then we provide some additional flexibility. So deviation from these standards may be approved by the Board of County Commissioners upon demonstration that the other proposed design features adequately mitigate the impacts of larger garages and driveways on the streetscape. This is the proposed code. At the time of approval of a regulating plan and preliminary development plan, the Board of County Commissioners may delegate to the Planning and Development Services Director authority to approve deviation from the standards in paragraph 3 if the director, in his or her professional judgment, determines that the proposed alternative design is consistent with the intent to provide safe and inviting streetscapes that encourage walking, and that the impact of the larger driveways or garages has been adequately mitigated. So some of the alternative design options include, but are not limited to, commitment to provide a certain minimum percentage of dwellings in the neighborhood that have just a one-car garage and or a driveway that does not exceed 12 feet in width. Provision of structured soils or modular suspended pavement systems, which are designed to meet the needs of water, soil, and oxygen for the roots of mature trees, while still supporting the weight of heavy vehicles. One of the problems with when you have a lot of driveways, there's less soil for the trees. You're going to have more problems with the roots buckling the sidewalks. There are some mechanisms to address that. Additional shade trees on individual residential lots beyond what is required by code. Wider sidewalks than what is required by code. Providing a boulevard street section with shade trees and pedestrian pathways in the center median that is at least 30 feet wide. A second floor over the garage with living space and windows overlooking the street, and that can include an accessory dwelling unit. Using brick pavers or other improved landscape materials on the driveway. Providing 2 separate garage doors for 2-car garages rather than one larger door. Providing some lots where the garage is located in the rear of the lot and accessed by a narrow driveway. And providing some lots where the garage parking is accessed from a rear alley. So if someone wants to deviate from the garage door cannot exceed 50% of the width of the dwelling unit, or 20% of the units can go up to 60%, they can propose a menu of these things to help ensure that the streetscape still remains safe and inviting, and and get some additional flexibility on those standards. So as I said previously, the proposed Land Development Code amendment was the subject of 2 public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and at the January meeting, following some considerable discussion on numerous issues, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 6-1 to recommend to the board that the proposed amendments to the Land Development Code be denied. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners evaluate this proposal, ask questions, schedule the proposed amendments for a second reading on April 2nd, 2024. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thanks. Any questions? If not, I'm going to let the applicant come up. Okay, is the applicant here? Mr. Curry?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have a PowerPoint presentation that we prepared, but it actually includes both applications. I know you're not going to be voting on the rezoning tonight, but we felt like that it was a package deal, and we actually presented the text amendment and the PRW rezone at the same time.
Okay, before you begin, I need you to state your name for the record,
I'm so
please.
sorry. For the record, Brad Curry with Engineering, Design, and Construction, representing the contract purchaser of a 177-acre piece of property.
Thank you.
So if you would like, I could go through my entire presentation, and then we could let staff do their presentation, or we could let staff do their zoning presentation. It's up to the board. Both items are on the agenda, but.
Yeah,
I'll
the
go ahead.
second one, we're not voting on it.
That's correct.
We're just going to give suggestions.
Okay.
So, I mean,
That
if you
sounds great.
want to do the whole thing, fine. If not, we're
I'm
just
gonna-
giving recommendations for the second one. We're passing this on, maybe,
Okay.
if you're.
I understand. I think I'm going to go ahead and do my presentation as is. It's pretty comprehensive, and I believe it would be helpful for the board to understand the whole picture. Again, Brad Curry with EDC. I'm representing the contract purchaser of a 177-acre piece of property. Tonight, as we've just discussed, there's two separate applications. The first reading of the text amendment is what staff just presented, and then the other item on the agenda tonight that will not be voted on is the rezone to PRW. There are several members of our team here with me tonight. Jennifer Morton is a landscape architect planner representing the applicant. Kara Wood, you guys are familiar with, also a planner. Susan O'Rourke, traffic engineer, is here for any traffic questions. And then my client is Pat Madden and Dean Rosenbach. They have the property under contract to develop the property. I think if there's, always tell my staff that you tell them what you want to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. So I'm going to do that tonight a couple of times, so sorry if I repeat myself. I think if there's three things that you can take away from my presentation, I'm going to say them now, and I'll say them throughout the presentation, and hopefully they make sense to you by, at the end of this, that there is some sort of reason that I'm saying this. We've heard a lot about the TVC tonight in the workshops that have been done over the last many years since it's been approved. And what we believe is the presentation that you're about to see in this project as a whole is the closest that we can get to the TVC complying with the code while still providing a project, a community that is marketable here in St. Lucie County. Some of the things that TVC requires are very expensive and can only be sold sometimes in very high-end communities. What we've done is we believe we've developed a project, a community that meets the intent of the TVC while asking for some waivers from what the overall TVC says, and I think our text amendments help that out. The other thing I want to say a couple of times tonight is that we are in the urban services area. This project's in the urban services area. I think you've heard me say that a couple of times on the past projects that have been before you, the Eagle Bend project, the Droughty Angle Road project. Both of those projects, and this one as well, are in the urban services area. We are not asking for an increase in what our future land use allows. A lot of projects that come before this board are outside the urban services boundary and are asking for an increase in the density or a change in the future land use. We are not doing that tonight. The density that's being proposed tonight is already allowed on this property as part of the future land use. The third thing is, we like this community. We think this is a good community. It's a community where someone could start out in a rental community. We'll have some rental apartments, move up to the townhouse project. We're going to have some townhouses, and then move potentially across the street into a smaller single-family lot, and then move into the neighborhood to the northwest, which has even larger single-family lots. And so this is a community where you could start out renting and wind up potentially retiring in another portion of it. In addition to the ability to have different types of housing, we're proposing over 400,000 square feet of commercial development, again, within walking distance of all of these homes. So it's a truly mixed-use project that someone could start out in renting and then work their way all the way through to retirement. Staff did an excellent job presenting. I do have a brief PowerPoint that I would like to go through just to point out some things. Again, staff identified where the property was. I did want to mention about the urban services area, something I missed was we heard during the previous application that was before you guys that we heard about, this piece is the piece that was before Indrio Woods was just to the east of this property along Indrio Road. And I heard several times people talking about Indrio Road not having the capacity or that more dense development should be located closer to 95. Well, you can't get any closer to 95 than where we are right now on this property. And also, Indrio Road has already been improved here to 4 lanes. So if you take what you heard on the last application and apply it to this application, it seems to fit the mold. As I previously stated, again, I'm going to tell you this a couple of times. This is the TVC density map. It shows what the density was of these properties prior to the TVC being adopted. I think they call it a transfer map. We are not asking for an increase in density. I think this board reviews many projects outside the urban services area where people are asking for an increase in density, change in the future land use. Again, we are not doing that. And the red area that you see around that little yellow square or yellow highlighted area is 5 units to the acre, and the brownish area is about 9 units to the acre. So we're about 177 acres in total, and this shows how we got the density. About 1,090 units is what's being proposed, and about 420,000 square feet of commercial, retail, office, and so forth. So every rezoning application that comes before you to a plan development or anything in the TVC requires some sort of plan. I always tell my applicant or my client that when you do a rezoning to a plan development, it typically is tied to a plan. Well, this is the plan that our zoning is going to be tied to. We call it the regulating plan. Projects in the TVC require a regulating plan, and that's what we've done here. The project's got 4 different neighborhoods. Jennifer will come up and speak in a minute a little bit more detail about the 4 different neighborhoods, but I'll quickly go over them. On the northwest portion of the property, the upper left-hand corner, single family, about 310 units. On the northeast corner, single family and townhomes, about 344 units. On the southeast corner, on the lower right-hand side of the plan, is the multifamily project, multifamily rental apartments, 436 units, and then on the bottom left-hand corner is where the commercial is going to go, about 420,000 square feet. 4 separate neighborhoods. Again, like I said, you can start here. It's true mixed use. Start here and move up to the other, from the multifamily to the townhomes to the smaller single families to the larger single families, and it's truly a mixed use project. Pedestrian connectivity, we talked about gates, or I believe staff talked about gates and public roadways versus private roadways. All of the roadways that you see on this screen are going to be open to the public. The only ones that will be publicly owned will be Indrio and Spanish Lakes. The other ones will be privately owned. There's no gates here. Every one of these right-of-ways, roadways has a sidewalk on it, on each side of it. There are pedestrian ways that cut through the community, around the lakes, that connect all of the single family, all of the smaller single families, townhouses, the multifamilies, and the commercial all together, so that one person, whether they live there or whether they are using it as their walking path, could really go from east to west and north to south on this entire project.
Madam Chair, can I ask?
Go ahead.
Can you clarify, you just said the only 2 roads will be public or Spanish, let's go back.
Publicly owned.
Publicly owned.
Can you go back?
Cobelgard would also remain
I just wanted to
public.
clarify that. So it's, Cobelgard is not private, right?
No, I'm sorry, what did I say?
You only said Indrio and Spanish Lakes.
I meant to say Cobelgard. I'm so sorry.
That's why I'm
Thanks for
asking the
correcting
question
me.
now.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Well, and I also want to confirm, you said there's not going to be any gated, so there's not going to be no gated communities in here at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So when we talk about the walkways, what do they look like? This is, we're going to have walkways along lakes. We're going to have walkways along roadways. One of the one that I'm most excited about, because I think about the PGA Boulevard down in Palm Beach Gardens, where you have those shops and things with the sidewalk right out on PGA Boulevard, like west of I-95 on PGA Boulevard. That's what we're proposing on the north side of Indrio Road, where there'll be a pedestrian connection that connects Cobelgard all the way to the west and connects it to the overall community. Next, I'm going to have Jennifer come up and do a brief discussion about the different neighborhoods and what they're going to be looking like. And then after she's done, I'll come up and finish her presentation.
Thank you, Brad. Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. And I'm going to present a little bit about each neighborhood and some of the unique qualities of each neighborhood. I'm going to start with the Northwest neighborhood. This is our single family community. We have lots that are 40 by 120 and 50 by 120, but the lots are sprinkled. So that's kind of a new term in the development industry. So you don't have a row of 40s or a row of 50s. You intermingle the lot sizes. It's a very pedestrian-oriented community, a walkable community. As Brad mentioned, we have a pedestrian walkway going through the middle of the community, pedestrian walkways around all the lakes, sidewalks on both sides of the streets. From a recreational area, all the lots are 120 feet deep, so the homeowner can have their own pool, but we do have an amenity center that I'll mention in a minute. We have pocket parks spread throughout the community. All along the perimeter, we have various small pocket parks. We also have about 9.5 acres of lake or flowway within this community, again, that's publicly accessible. The community is not gated. If you're walking along Spanish Lakes Boulevard, you have views into the community and have a walking trail that goes all around those lakes. And also the entrance is very expansive. When you enter the community, you're surrounded by water and you have these long views and a focal point. We try to provide focal points at the terminus of several of the roadways. Within this community, the 50-foot product will have the recessed garages that staff had mentioned earlier. We are proposing front porches, and just to give you a flavor of what the community, I'm trying to go to the next slide. Oh, there we go. Just to give you a flavor of what the community will look like, we have both 1- and 2-story product, front porches. The other thing that staff had mentioned that they'd like to see are the homes that have 2-car garages, not just have a single large garage door, but have individual garage doors. So we're incorporating a lot of those elements in various neighborhoods within the community. The next neighborhood is the Northeast community. This community incorporates our townhouse product as well as a small single-family lot. So as a young couple that may want to try and purchase their first house, we offer what we call a 30 by 100-foot lot, which allows for a very small home. It's like it looks like a cottage home, and so that's a great entry level for a first-time home buyer. And within this community, again, trying to have a variety of housing, we have our townhouse product. And to address staff's comments that we heard at the beginning, they asked if we could design at least one of the components that used an alleyway. So all of our townhouses have a rear-loaded garage on an alley. And they front on a street that has on-street parking to give that feel of being able to walk uninterrupted along the sidewalk system. Also within this portion of the project is our recreational area, our main rec area. It's 1.5 acres in size, and it will include a clubhouse, a pool, a tot lot, and other amenities for the communities in the Northwest and Northeast area. Again, all walkable, so easily accessible to the residents of these 2 developments. And this is pictures of, you can see the townhouse product that, again, the front facade, there are no garage doors. The garage doors are on the rear of the unit. And then we have the, what I would call like a cottage-looking home, which on the top slide you can see is a 1-car garage. 80% of those units will be 1-car garage. The bottom slide, we're proposing a 2-car garage. to give some variety to the streetscape. We are incorporating the element of, again, having 2 garage doors, individual garage doors. And then the third residential component of the community is our multifamily. And the multifamily, I didn't mention we have builders for the northeast and the northwest component. The multifamily will probably come on in another year or 2. The multifamily, again, is not gated, has recreational area, and actually has an what the code calls an avenue as you enter the community, with on-street parking and landscaping and walkways. This is just a visual of multifamily projects, 2 different options. And then the third area, which I think is very exciting, it's our commercial area. We are proposing a true town center where we have a very walkable layout for the commercial area. Along Indrio Road, along our southern property line, we're proposing a very large landscape buffer, anywhere from 35 to 50 feet. And within that landscape buffer will be a 12-foot multi-use pathway. We will actually continue that pathway to the west, and will also run along the multifamily portion that abuts Indrio Road. Within this development, we're proposing to pull the buildings closer to the street, similar to PGA Commons that Brad had mentioned in Palm Beach Gardens. There's another development called Alton that does the same thing, and it's kind of the way commercial development is proceeding. So trying to have 4-sided architecture, some on-street parking, pavers, and so in order for commercial to be developed, we need rooftops. So we're looking for the rooftops to come in first, and then the commercial will follow. These are just some images of other commercial projects that we envision for this area. It will have outdoor dining, restaurants, retail, some public spaces. So a real benefit to the residents that live in the community, very walkable, and provides dining options, and I think will be integrated, but it'll also be a benefit to the people that live in St. Lucie County too. Kind of a gathering place, a place for them to meet for dinner, and with various dining and retail options. And now I'm going to turn it over to Brad.
Thanks, Jennifer. Great job. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the slides I saw at the workshops that I went to, and I thought it was interesting, and I could apply it to this project. So there were 3, I pulled out 3 questions. I think there were numerous, 10, 15 questions, but there were 3 that I thought were pretty interesting and applicable to this project. The first one, they sent out a questionnaire to the folks that were in the room, and the question was, do you require the creation of a network of interconnected public accessible streets that disperse traffic and promote walking, biking, transit? Do you support these objectives? And 13 out of the people that were there, I guess there was 13 that strongly supported and 15 that supported. Again, just a measure of how important that was to the folks that were in the room at that time. And I just wanted to, point out that everything that we've presented to you so far meets that to a T. Interconnected streets, walkability, all of those things, that's what we're proposing, consistent with the TVC. The second one here, we aren't doing this, but I thought I would put it in there because you could see that there was significant support for increasing the density for projects that have mixed uses in neighborhoods and varying housing types. We aren't asking for a density increase. Our land use allows what we're proposing. So I wanted to put that in there just to state, that the people that were in that room were willing to give even more density to projects that did do what we're doing. And then again, the variety of housing types and the fact that, we, as I've said over and over again, you can start here as an apartment and retire here in a house. So we had 14 strongly supported and 18 in support. So I'm sure you guys have seen those reports that the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council put together. I just pulled out a couple of the ones that I thought were applicable to this project. Staff went over the conditions of approval, And we agree that there's only 2 of those, or not conditions of approval, the revised text that we were proposing. And out of all the text that I'm going to go through here, there's really only 2 of them that we would like to change, and that is on this slide. The language, when we first started out, I think we first started out at lot width, and staff went to facade width or house width. We are proposing that this terminology goes to the lot width. The difference is about 1 foot. So on a 2-car garage is generally about 16 feet in width. And a single-car garage door would be about 8 feet in width. So you're about 16 for 2-car garage. The terminology, the way it's written by staff right now, for example, the 30-foot wide product has a 25-foot wide house, which would be about a 12.5-foot wide garage. So based on what is being proposed right now, 20% of the units could have, and I'm going to bore you guys with some math, but my intent here is to say that the way the code is written right now, we could have 20% of our units that have a 15-foot wide garage for the 30-foot product. That's what the code says. A 2-car garage is 16 feet. So by going from house width to lot width, we can now have a 2-car garage for 20% of our units, and that's what we are seeking for the 30-foot product. So it's really just a difference of 1 foot. The existing code allows us to do a 15-foot wide garage. We want to go to a 16-foot wide garage. So I just want to make sure that it's not this significant difference to go from lot width to house width. It's basically 1 foot increase. The rest of the comments we are completely acceptable with, and really have no comments about it. I wanted to go into the rezoning conditions of approval, but I didn't know that gets into the detail of our project. I know we've gotten pretty detailed, but I wanted to give a pause here just to say that the next couple of things that we're going to talk about here are specific to the rezone application. We are looking for some input from the board on some of these items, but I think staff may want to do their presentation before we get into these details. Do you think, Corey or Irene?
I think you could.
Continue on?
At the chair's discretion.
Can I
but
suggest,
public-
because you showed a lot of pretty pictures and so on and so forth, and we're going to be discussing, what we think about that. I think it's probably better to have that conversation about that bubble plan that you have now before we go into the land development code.
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner. We did the bubble plan and the land development code. I'll continue on. I think that's probably the
Yeah, he was
simplest.
going to continue. He just said he was.
I actually thought we probably should have asked some questions about some of the elevations that they had, the streetscapes, the sidewalks, the interconnectivity, the open space.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to go back to your first opening. You said that this is inside the urban service boundary area. Corey, do you have the map of our urban service boundary? Because I know that services are available, but we've been discussing about moving the urban service boundary, and we moved it on the south side of Midway, and we were going to discuss the area of the hobby farms and that which was north. So,
Vice Chair Zadowski, Irene Sittelmeyer, senior planner, will provide the exhibit. There's essentially an island of the urban service boundary that's been established for quite some time. I think it dates back to the 1990 comprehensive plan when this mixed-use activity area was created. Understanding that each interchange with the Interstate I-95 would need to be approached uniquely and creatively. The land use designation of MXD essentially requires, whether it was inside the TVC or outside the TVC, rezoning through a plan development for, again, that innovative application. But yes, the petition site is entirely within the urban service boundary, with the northern boundary being the limit, and then to the east, a little bit of extension of that.
but this is an enclave.
An enclave, an
Okay,
island or an
because
enclave.
we had the public meetings about where we had our urban service boundaries to the south. We knew that we were up against Port St. Lucie moving west, and essentially had already blown past the urban service boundary there. So I don't want the public to think that everything is out here is inside the urban service boundary, and then the development of this magnitude could come next to them without. Now, we also know that there are developers in the area that committed to and created the service opportunity, with the service main and so on and so forth. And the county is actively moving forward with their own water and sewer system. But I just wanted to make sure that was understood as to where this enclave is as compared to the county's current urban service boundary is. I just want to make sure that that's clear for the public's notification. You answered the question about Cobogard being private. Ms. Morton indicated when she was talking about, if you go back to the single-family homes, can you go back to the single-family homes? Sorry. There, any one of those is fine. Actually, go to the bubble. So thank you. So, Ms. Morton, whenever you came up and you presented about the single-family homes, you were eloquent to say that there's an approach today to actually do alternative size lots, which makes it more acceptable and much more friendly neighborhood. Can you restate that what you just said?
Sure. So this particular neighborhood, the term that the development community uses is called sprinkled. And so they have different lot widths along a single street, and it helps to create a nicer streetscape and different elevations.
So you get a nice look, you get an alternative look to just basically Lego blocks in a community.
Correct.
Right, because I'm going to ask the same question whenever you get around to the 30-foot lots that are 5 foot apart, because I want you to think about maintaining that type of presentation, because what I've seen on the single-family homes that are 30-foot and with 5 foot lot in between, I'm not liking that at all. So I'm going to give you time to think about that while you keep going here, because I had a real serious problem with that one. But at that aside, you talked about single garage entries. Where are the number of units going to equal the number of parking spaces? Because if you have single-family homes with 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, there's a likelihood that you're going to have more than one driver in the community. So where do you manage to park these folks unless you have a garage somewhere to stack them? Because that's going to be a serious issue for the people who actually buy after you create the plan or at the development.
For the community on the east side, the northeast, we did create, I think you're referring to, if you can go to
There it is.
the northeast community. Yes. We did break up the rows, the 30-foot wide lots on the east side with a small, what I would call, it's a parking lot, a little parking area for guest parking. So that's what we were proposing there. A lot of our 30-foot product is opposite our townhouse product. So we wrap the perimeter in the 30-foot product, and then if you go back. Yeah. And then internally, we have the townhouses are all internal. The one area where where they're 30 foot against 30 foot is just along that portion of the east, east, right there, yep. So that's where we have 30 across the street from 30.
So going back to your statement about the new development term with the sprinkling of lots, I would seriously have you all consider that sprinkling those lots around the outer edge is incredibly important for my support on this thing tonight. And now, does that wrap around? I see it wraps here and here. Does that continue all the way around the single-family homes to the northwest? Because that's a significant amount of single-family homes, if it is true.
Yeah, the single family goes around the perimeter because it's hard to have a rear-loaded product on the perimeter. So you tend to, even in T&D neighborhoods, they wrap the perimeter with front-loaded homes.
Understood. But
so our entire perimeter is front-loaded.
And front-loaded, I get that, but then they're all 30 foot with a 5 foot space in between. So they're very, very dense, very compact.
Yes.
And then you're going to have on-street parking. So you're going to have a series of garages, and you're going to have parking. So you're really going to lose the quaintness of a community that could be. And if they're all 30 foot, and the sprinkling sounds like a great idea, have a 50-foot lot, a 40-foot lot. And Brad, you were here not long ago where you did that on Angle Road. Coming back to you. So, so my suggestion is looking at that as an opportunity to create a better outcome.
Okay.
Because I like what you're doing with the levels of home ownership or apartments and moving through. That meets the TVC. That's something that we've been trying to accomplish. I like the commercial side of this, being imaginative in that process. But do those 30-foot homes travel all the way around the single-family homes? The way, because when I'm looking here, you see you have it wrapped around.
So, Commissioner, so the single family does go around the perimeter of the property, as Jennifer stated, but wherever you see this white line, those are townhouses. So if you're driving down or walking down this street, on your left-hand side, you'll have the 30-foot wide homes. On the right-hand side, you're going to have a townhouse, which has the garage in the back. So there'll be no garages on the right-hand side of this road. I just lost my mouse. On the right-hand side of the road, so you could see garages on the left side, but not the right side. Same thing along this road as you go down, garages on the left side, but not the right side. Same thing on this side. You'll see no garages. The only spot where you have 30-foot wide lots across some other 30-foot wide lots is right here and right here. So out of the entire project, out of 1,000 units that we're talking about, it's a very small fraction of the units that actually have where you have 30-foot wide 30-foot wide houses across the street from each other.
And so I'm going to come back to that. Now look to the west. Now you have the outer ring there. Is that also 30-foot lots?
Over here,
Yeah.
sir? No, those are all larger lots.
That's why I'm asking the question, because the way it looks up on this, I was concerned that it was going to be just wrapped all the way around with 30 in a single family.
This is the northwest is all is 40s and 50s. Northeast is 30s and townhouses.
So what would be the challenge of creating the sprinkling concept inside this area, which would, again, provide that much better product?
I heard you might ask that question. So the reality is that the 30-foot homes, those lots are 30-foot by 100-foot deep. The larger lots, the 40s and 50s, have 120-foot depth because they want to have room for a pool. So you would not be able to put in the 40s and 50s in where the 30s is without making the 30s 120 feet deep. So it's not as simple in that northeast section as it would be anywhere else because the depth of the lot is different.
Or you just lose some units.
Well, I'm going to ask him to lose some units for something else, so.
Well, anyway.
That's a consideration, yes, sir. I understand what you're saying, and it's something that we could look at doing to see if we could make it work. We were expecting that comment. And again, this is in regards to the rezone, so we do have another opportunity to come back and present.
And that's why I'm prefacing it now so that you have an idea to come back with. And Ms. Jennifer Morton, you talked about the sidewalk on Indrio Road, and you had the landscape area really showing a nice, beautiful entry into the commercial. Does that sidewalk, you said, goes to the west? Does it terminate at the end of the commercial, or does it wrap around to Spanish Lakes and then make a circumference, nice walking path on the outside ring of the commercial?
So along the south side of the commercial, that's where we're proposing the multi-use path, and along the south side of the multifamily, there are sidewalks that already exist along Cobelgard Road.
But does it, when you said it went to the west, does it go all the way to the north and then wrap around on Spanish Lake?
No, it would.
Okay.
It
say,
terminates for the multi-use path. It terminates there, and then it goes into the development. So it terminates, and then there it is. So it meanders along here, and then it.
So it comes back
up
there.
in,
Okay.
And we have access points into our commercial.
Okay.
Yep.
My question. Thank you.
So I just want to make a comment to what you said, Commissioner Zadowski. I would not want to see those sprinkled over because that's the single-family homes, and that side that is the smaller lots is probably going to be more the rental. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. They're all for sale. Can you go back?
Okay, but I would not want to see a larger home and single-family home, and somebody have that versus the smaller lot. And also, I kind of had a problem with the 5 foot, but when I thought about it, I think I would rather have 5 foot than an attaching wall. I would not want to own a place that shared a wall with somebody. So when I thought about
Well, you're
that,
going to be able to say God bless you when they sneeze.
that's what
in
I'm
the
saying.
shower.
So that's how I was okay to say, okay, well, maybe 5 foot's a good thing because I wouldn't want a shared wall. So
Chair Townsend, we have a video for you at the end of this presentation that you're going to love. So
good.
We'll play the video.
Because I'm going to ask you to give up some of these units for some more green space. So I'm looking forward to this
Okay,
video.
so let's move on. So right now we have some conditions of approval for the rezone application. And so we're going to go into those conditions of approval, and then staff can talk about that once I'm done here. So there are several conditions associated with the rezone. The first one is on your screen here. It has to do with the flowway. And the condition basically says, we want you to redesign the site. Staff's got some great slides to show how they would like for it to be redesigned. What I would like to say is that we think the flowway, the way we have it designed today, is completely acceptable. Everyone has a different definition of what the flowway is, depending on who you talk to and which day of week it is. It's very unclear, and again, there's an opinion of what the flowway is. What I think is interesting, and I don't know how many people are aware of this, is that there is a policy in the county's comprehensive plan that gives a timeline, and I used to have it memorized, but for some reason it just
It was
escaped
6
me.
months
6
after
months
the TVC.
after the TVC was adopted, the county was going to put a group together, and they were going to develop some sort of plan for the flowway. 6 months after the TVC was adopted, and I don't remember exactly. I usually ask Mr. Benton or Irene when it was adopted, but I forgot. 2007, 2008, I think, is about when it was adopted. And so we've never really seen this flowway come to fruition as it was originally thought of, or I was going to say dreamed of, but it wasn't. I didn't mean that in purpose. But so what we've tried to do is we've tried to create a flowway that is, as Jennifer stated, you can see it from the public roadways. It's open to the public. As you walk down Spanish Lakes Boulevard, you'll be able to see across the flowway. It's adjacent to the right-of-way, even on the south side where the commercial is. We've tried to do something that was, typically in a lot of communities we see where the lakes are in the middle, surrounded by a fence or a gate, and we are not doing that here. All of these waterways have walkways around them and are open to the public. So while it may not meet staff's definition of a flowway, we feel like there really isn't a very good definition of a flowway, and we think this does meet the definition of a flowway. Surface parking, the applicant agrees. The staff wanted some additional on-street parking around the multifamily. There is some discussion about how we're going to address the 30-foot wide lots on the street. Staff may bring that up at the next meeting, and we're going to meet with staff to go over that. But specifically, this was just about the ability to have on-street parking in the multifamily. There was some discussion about our connections to Indra Road. Indra Road is a DOT road here, FDOT road. We do have to get approval from them. Typically, that happens further along in the process, not at the rezone. So we are going to have to get approval from them. We just aren't prepared to do that at this moment. We would like to at least get our zoning in place first. We talk about open space, and Chair Townsend brought that up, and I do want to talk about that. Staff had mentioned that they felt that the amount of green space that we had on this plan was not enough, I guess is the best word to use. And we believe that it is. We've, behind the scenes, you guys don't see my client, Jennifer and Pat and Dean. They have shopped this project to about every home builder, maybe in the United States at this point. And they've received a lot of comments back. And we talk about the location of garages, and we talk about the lot widths, and we talk about access, all of those things that we've talked about tonight. They've all talked about it with other home builders across the United States. And so the amount of open space that we're showing here is completely acceptable to everyone. We've never heard from any of the home builders, you need more open space. Maybe they won't.
Of course not.
But Commissioner, they have to sell these units. As I've said over and over again, they have to sell these units.
What do you think the percentages of open space right now, the way it is?
18%.
18%?
I think it's about 18%. I had that number before, but I don't have it now. But let me ask staff, what's the requirement for open space in the PRW?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the PRW does not specifically identify a minimum open space. The PRW, by definition, being a planned retail workplace, is primarily oriented toward retail, commercial industry with the capacity for associated housing. Today, the PRW doesn't specifically identify single-family housing types as being a considered option, but through the evaluation process and the ability for the board to grant alternative lot types, that can be considered as part of the rezoning process. In Irene Settlemeyer's presentation that you haven't observed yet this evening, we do identify that a planned unit development, not what's being proposed, has an associated 35% minimum open space requirement. A PNRD, a planned non-residential development, which would be the alternative outside of the TVC for a retail workplace non-residential development, has variables, a minimum of 20% open space if it's a project of 10 acres or less, smaller, and minimum 25% for a commercial center of this scale and nature. And then outside of PRW and the TVC, we're typically looking at 40 to 45% open space for a type of village.
Okay, thank you. But really quick, so of those 32 acres, or approximately 18%, how much of that is actually usable open space and not STAs that someone can kick a ball on?
I believe Mr. Curry in his very first slide highlighted that.
I do have a slide that shows
Flowway
that.
was, I believe, around 24 acres of that 32.
It's a difficult question to ask, Commissioner Fowler. I mean, I could kick a soccer ball in this area, I guess, or throw a football with my son in this area. Well, he's 21 years old now, but he would still probably throw a football with me. But my point is that that's a difficult thing, and then you start crossing over between what's a public park and what's a park just for these residents. And if you give me a second here, I think I can get to a couple of those things for you.
Sure.
So Corey, I don't think this shows the open space. I have another slide that shows that.
The
Top right, Masters.
Okay.
upper right-hand side, total parks and green area, 6.14.
Okay.
Flowway, 24.35.
Okay. All right. Can you get me back to where I was, Irene, so I don't have to hit the button 100 times? I can do it. So when we talked about the open space requirements, I'm familiar with what Mr. Benton just spoke about PUDs and PNRDs, and I've presented projects before this board that had 60% open space before, and sometimes, that was actually met. So I'm so sorry, guys. I wish I could see that. Can I go back one more? I want to show that dollar amount. So there's 32 acres open space. Commissioner Fowler, you brought up the fact that there are some that's lake, and some that is actual recreation area, some that's trails, some that's pocket parks. The intent here is that even when you did a PUD or PNRD, the county allows us to count our lakes as open space. So regardless of whether it's a place where you can kick a ball or not, the code allows lakes to be counted as open space. So when we calculate open space, that's what we used. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we did a calculation, and I'll show you here shortly. It's over $2 million that this property will generate in park impact fees. And if we start, we had a discussion about dedicating parks on this property. And I had another project before you guys, Eagle Bend, where we dedicated a 9-acre park, and they're gonna want impact fee credits for that. So when you start dedicating parks, it becomes a fine line between what's a private park, what's a park that's designated for the residents of this community, versus what's a public park and we should get impact fee credits for. I don't really want to get in the weeds of all of that. I think the plan that we've presented does show enough park space for the private residents, and I think the public impact fees that we're paying, the public park impact fees, take up for the rest. Staff had used this calculation about community parks and regional parks and resource-based parks. This is from your comprehensive plan, and it mentions the 5 acres per thousand for community parks and the 2.5 acres per thousand for regional parks. But what I think is interesting is that I've always applied this section of the comp plan that this is the county's responsibility. And I could see that it would be our responsibility if we were developing something out west of town and we were increasing the density. I could see that staff would say, hey, the county never anticipated that you were going to have 5 units to the acre west of Rangeline Road. and you need to provide additional parks according to the comp plan. Again, I'll go back to the fact that we are not increasing the land use on this property. We are doing, in theory, what is by right on this property. So I don't believe it's applicable to apply the comprehensive plan for an area where we already have the land use. And in theory, the county should have already accommodated the parks for this property because they assigned the land use to this property. So here's the slide that shows it. I'm sorry that the font is so terrible, but it shows the green areas. Again, the size, the acre and a half of the main amenity area will have a building on it. It'll probably have a restroom, have a pool, have some parking area. So I don't know if you can throw a football or kick a soccer ball in a parking lot, but there will be some asphalt in that green area. I'll be honest with you, but it is an amenity. It's going to be for the people of this community. The other green lines you see are those walking trails, the 2 pocket parks on either side of the lake when you enter the northwest community, and then the recreational areas in the multifamily. This slide shows how we calculated the $2.1 million in public park impact fees. We used the parks by the single family and the townhomes and the apartments, and that's how we came up with the $2.1 million. The next slide talks about a sidewalk on Spanish Lakes Boulevard. There's power lines that run on the south side of Spanish Lakes Boulevard. We don't know if there's enough county right-of-way for us to have a sidewalk there, so we've incorporated a sidewalk into our property, into our landscape buffer on the south side of Spanish Lakes Boulevard. So there will be a sidewalk on both sides of Spanish Lakes Boulevard. Again, we think the open space that we have now is enough. We don't believe that there's a need to increase it. By the time, when you take into account everything that we're providing on site, plus the payment of public park impact fees, we believe that is sufficient. We do agree with a transit stop at Colbogard and Indrio, and we will do that as part of the site plan. And then the last comment has to do with some cleanup that we probably will not include in the next resolution, but it was in the draft that staff had prepared. So let's talk about design flexibility. The regulating plan that you will hopefully be voting on April the 2nd does have some design flexibility associated with it. And I want to go over that tonight so that we are prepared on April 2nd to present something and to receive hopefully approval of something that everyone can accept. There's 4 different housing types that are associated with this project. This is actually a sheet out of your regulating plan, sheet 2 or 3. So when you adopt the rezoning to PRW, the regulating plan goes with it. So this will be part of it. 4 different product types. We've talked about them over and over again. You could probably recite them back to me at this point. Townhouses, 30-foot wide homes, 40-foot wide homes, and 50-foot wide lots. Those are the lot sizes. So those are the 4 products. I'll say it one more time. Townhouse, 30, 40, 50. This is a zoom in of the townhouse layout. We've talked about this. The townhouses all have rear-loaded garages. So the front will have on-street parking along the front and rear-loaded garages. This is a product type. This requires no design flexibility from the board. On the left, we put the 40s and 50s together. I zoomed in on the 50 on the right. The code says that when you have a lot that's greater than 45 feet in width, that you have to have a 10-foot setback from the front of the house to the garage. For the 50-foot lots that we're proposing, we do that for every one of those. There's no design flexibility in the 50-foot lots. The 40-foot lots, the next letter in the text that's being proposed says that front-loaded garages on residential lots less than 45 feet must meet the standard unless modifications are granted. So I'm about to show you why we can't do that 10-foot recessed garage on the 40s. So again, this is a 40-foot wide lot. I'll get to it in a second. And we will be asking for design flexibilities for the 40-foot lots. These are the 30-foot lots. Similar, we do have to, the code says we have to set the garage back 10 feet. We cannot do that, and I'll explain why we can't do that. We will be asking for design flexibility for the 30-foot lots and the 40-foot lots. This is a diagram that I put together. The lots on the left are the 40-foot lots. Lots on the right are 30-foot lots. And I think, hopefully, it comes across clearly. This shows your 10-foot section of your house outside of the garage. It shows a 20 by 20-foot garage. It's hard to see a little bit, but it's there. and your driveway. Again, on the left is the 40-foot lots, on the right is the 30. We talked about that the 40-foot lots are 40 by 120. The houses are 30-foot wide with a 5-foot setback on either side. What that results in is a room on the front of your house that's 10-foot wide and 30-foot long if we were to do this layout. With the front-loaded garages, it's impossible to do a 10-foot recessed garage without having a bowling alley for your entryway. That just gets worse when you go over to the 30-foot lots, 30 by 100, 25-foot wide house. You have a 30-foot by 5-foot wide area in the front. Again, not really acceptable to the home buyer. It'd be wasted space. You have a big long hallway as the entrance to your home. These are the design flexibilities that Irene did go over. These are a list, potential list that would be as part of your text amendment. And it says that it's included but not limited to, so we're not limited to these. But what we are going to propose as part of our regulating plan is that we do brick paver driveways for every house in this community, and that we do the 2 separate garage doors for every house in this community, especially the 30s and 40s, so that it shows that we are showing those design alternatives. Again, for the 30s and 40s, brick paver driveways. Actually, I believe all of them will have brick paver driveways. And then the 30s and 40s will have the 2 separate car garages. So that's our way of asking for design flexibility to allow those garages to be up front and not have that 10-foot setback. When this board votes on the regulating plan, they will be hopefully voting on some sort of design alternatives to allow for the 30-foot lots and the 40-foot lots to not meet that 10-foot setback on the garage. Here's that statement, and we would be willing to have a condition of approval of this, that the paver driveways and single car garage doors will be for every 30-foot and 40-foot lot. I always like to talk about the next steps. The next step would be a final PRW site plan. They've been submitted for a pre-app. I think there was a pre-application meeting last Thursday, and they're moving forward with the site plan applications. We have to plat this property. It has to be subdivided, so that will be an application that comes before this board. And then the site development permit is reviewed by staff, and it's the engineering construction drawings. So there are going to be additional reviews of this project by the county. So in summary, this side does a fairly good job of summarizing it. We are going to be asking for the text change to have the width, the 20%, and the width of the garage to be based on the lot width and not the house width. That's simple. For the rezoning approvals, we would ask for the removal of the conditions regarding the flowway, the 5 acres of open space, and of the additional open space. With that, I'd like to show a video. I'm not sure how this is going to go. I've never done a video before this board before, but we did put a video of a similar community that we would like to show.
The day we walked into this house, it was about 3 p.m. and the water was glistening on the lake like glitter. The appeal of this home was the space. We were ready to move, and we had just grown out of our condo living. So I think it's funny when people talk about zero lot line houses. I literally used to share floors, ceilings, and walls with my neighbors. So this is actually more privacy than I had before. I saw the loft. I knew right away that was going to be my spot to do my art. It has beautiful ambiance, and it's the perfect spot for me to create. There's plenty of space in the house for the dogs to play. We've got a little yard that we can take them on, and we've got plenty of space to take them for walks, which is the most important thing that they love the most. This was a great option for us.
We thought that there was a huge void in the market. A quasi-mission of the company is to provide affordable housing in all the markets that we go into. They were all delivering high-density townhome type of product and nothing for the single-family home buyer.
When you got your own house, it's really, really better. I was excited because, you know, I was living with my husband, mom. In the future, I'm gonna try to build my backyard for more stuff for kids play. I like the community. It's gated for security, and I like the tree. It's a big house too. I love it.
Owning a home is a no-brainer. It's your bank. This is your retirement. This is the way to do it. You can't be renting all your life. I like to entertain people. When my grandkiddos are here, they make this place alive. I consider myself a workaholic, so I don't have a lot of time for the yard. And not knowing that I have to do the yard, it's a plus. My favorite space so far is the terrace when it's cool. Whenever we're not outside, we spend the extra time that we have in the living room, kitchen. This is one beauty. I love this.
These homes give buyers options that they could settle in and live for a long time, and not just a temporary solution.
We've been here 3.5 years, and we love it. We love this community.
I don't know why it cracks me up so much, but I love that guy. He loves his attic. I mean, of all the things in that beautiful house, his attic is what he's most excited about. That concludes my presentation. Again, our entire team is here to answer any questions that you may have. I think that it would be appropriate for staff to do their side of the PRW at this point. But again, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this point.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
Are you going to allow trucks and vans in any of these neighborhoods?
That's a HOA question. I don't know how they would work with that. We do have someone that may be purchasing the property here, and he's going to be selling it off. I don't know, Michael, do you guys normally, you can come up here. Yeah, sure. Introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. Michael Caputo with actually Coulter Land. I would say typically we set up the HOA laws and bylaws so that we restrict certain kinds of trucks. But I think that this will be pretty much open to, let's just say, trucks without any of the large signage, signs, ladders. So we try to keep the commercial trucks out of it.
Yeah, but are you designing the garages to accept it? Because my Ram 150 is not going to fit in that garage.
Commissioner, I'm not sure. There's a typical one-car garage, so I don't know if your truck would fit in. I know my truck probably would.
It won't.
But
let me just stop you there, because if you don't mind.
No, that's good.
First of all, I like the project. I do. I do have some concerns. You showed the video, and it's exactly what I expected to see. A whole bunch of, first of all, our planning team wants everything to look really nice on the outside with all the insets and shrubbery and everything else, and that's really, really good. Except when you look at your video and you go down the road, what do you see? You see nothing but cars. And the reason you see cars is because they can't fit in the garage. You show the gentleman opening up the attic, and he's got his stuff in there, and it's a little one-car garage, and he can't even get one car in that because everybody like him has stuff. And it was brought up in when I was talking with staff, and it's a cost issue. And then I look at all of these storage units that we're building, and people are taking their stuff and putting in the storage units and paying another $200 a month. So my suggestion would be and I like your idea of wider garages. I would actually make them even wider and deeper so that he can park his truck in there. 50% of our people, I'm going to say, are in the service industry. The other, I'll call them blue collar, white collar, and they're in trucks and vans. And most subdivisions don't allow the commercial in there, which now they got to figure out how to park their vehicles someplace else. So if we could make the garages larger to fit the cars, because everybody has company coming over, And now where do they park? Now they're out on the side of the street. And of course, when do they have company over? It's during the holidays and everybody has it. So now you can't even get around in a neighborhood. I've been in 6 homes in this area, and I've been in 3 different type of communities. And these type of communities, that's my biggest complaint, is everybody's parking in the driveway because they can't get into the garage because they got their stuff in the garage, and the garages are only 20 by 20, and they call it a 2-car garage. I can't even get my car in it. And I don't have a big car by no means. So anyway, that would be one suggestion. The other thing too is I lived on the C-23 canal, and I was roughly 2 miles from I-95. And I could hear the semis going by. It actually sort of puts you to sleep because it's ooh. But anyway, I was 2 miles away. And the point that I'm trying to make is, why would you take and put the more expensive homes next to a highway versus the more affordable homes next to the highway and get the more expensive homes? Because if I was buying a home, I ain't living next to a highway. I want to be as far away as possible, and you've got it just the opposite. And the other thing that I would like to mention is I think in a development of this size, it is definitely important to have that recreational area where the kids can go play football, soccer, whatever it is they are going to do, to keep them within the neighborhood rather than going out. As a whole, I like your project. I think it's great, but those are some of the suggestions that I can see so far.
I see Brad taking notes. Commissioner Zadowski?
I'll wait.
You're going to wait. Commissioner Barnes, you're going to wait?
I'm going to wait.
Commissioner Fowler?
I'll wait.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Townsend, members of the Board of County Commissioners, Irene Settlemeyer with the Planning and Development Services Department. So this is the agenda item with regard to rezoning from the Ag 1 zoning district to the Bedner Farms Plan Retail Workplace zoning district and the preliminary regulating plan. This public hearing has been properly noticed with the signs, with a mailed notice to the owners of property within 500 feet and publication in the newspaper. As we've discussed where the property is, so the planned retail workplace is one of the 3 zoning districts that's available in the towns, villages, and countryside zoning district. We have the planned towns and villages zoning district, the planned country subdivision zoning district, and the planned retail workplace zoning district. And it's a specialized district intended to accommodate retail or workplace land uses outside of a town or a village in a manner consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the TVC element. Now, this property would be eligible to become a village in the Planned Towns and Villages zoning district, or in the Planned Towns and Villages zoning district. However, the proximity to 95 and Indrio Road, which at this intersection, Indrio Road is 6 lanes both direction. It doesn't seem the best location for a village. Similarly, the highway retail uses that are allowed and the warehouse retail uses which are allowed also lend themselves much better to the planned retail workplace zoning district than planned towns and villages. The planned country subdivision, that's the single-family residential lots, 17,500 square feet or so, depending on whether there's sanitary sewer or not. So that's clearly not the appropriate zoning district. This is the transferable development value map that's in the comprehensive plan for the TVC. So since before the adoption of the TVC, this parcel was anticipated to be developed with more intensity than the AR1 zoning district. It had the mixed use development, future land use, and medium intensity and low-intensity development options. The TVC identified the area of this property in both the general retail and the general workplace plans. There's Cobelgard Road, Indra. Well, we've got the arrow showing us where the property is. So staff agrees with the applicant that the planned retail workplace zoning district is appropriate for this site. So this is the architectural or this rendering of the proposed site plan. I won't go through that again. I think Brad covered that pretty well. The detail about the potential numbers: 310 single-family units, 780 apartments in single-family. It's actually 435 apartments and 192 lots, 30-foot wide lots, and I don't have the townhouses, so a couple hundred townhouses. So when we're proposing a rezoning or amendment of the zoning atlas, there are 10 different criteria that need to be examined, factors that need to be examined. And before the application gets to you or to the Planning and Zoning Commission, staff has looked at all these, discussed it with the applicants. Sometimes it's resulted in some changes to the plan, modifications before it comes to you. There's two things, the conflicts with the code. It's fairly routine for staff to say no conflicts with the existing land development code. In this case, I just need to point out a couple of things. As Corey mentioned earlier, that when we were discussing the open space, the planned retail workplace zoning district does not anticipate detached single-family lots as one of the lot types. And it also doesn't anticipate the general transit zone, which is in this case where the single-family homes are permitted. So perhaps technically there's the plan being presented doesn't completely adhere to the letter of the law. But given the overall development, which is a mix of uses in close proximity to each other, a mix of residential uses, townhouses, single-family apartments, and the fact that prior to the TVC future land use designation, this mixed-use development was permitted. So for all those reasons, staff can continue to conclude, even with the detached single-family lots, that this PRW is the appropriate zoning district. And additionally, because the code provides that applicants can ask for additional lot types that aren't anticipated by the code, it's another reason why it's appropriate. So the demands on public facilities and services is one of the things that comes up a lot. And in this case, it's primarily, we're talking about the parkland it comes up. So the public facilities, the transportation, it's roads and public transit, public water and wastewater, parks, drainage, schools, solid waste, fire protection, and emergency medical services. These are all public facilities and services for which there are levels of service adopted. And when final site plans come forward, the applicants are required to demonstrate concurrency with those levels of service. The project is in the urban services boundary, so all of the land area is eligible for the full panoply of urban services, and it's expected that eventually all will be available. Here's the mixed-use future land use area that predated the TVC. Here's the parcel. So this is the 9 units per acre, and this is the 5 units per acre portion of the site. So there are a few policy explorations that are still being discussed. These are the areas that we're looking for the board's input. The applicant is looking for the board's input as well. Staff and the applicants have had a lot of conversations, and haven't come completely together yet on access and connectivity, open space, the flowway, and the streetscape. So with regard to access and connectivity, this property benefits tremendously by the, existing Indrio Road, existing Cobelgard Road, existing Spanish Lakes Boulevard. As we all know, this isn't typical for sites in the TVC overlay that they would have this good road network. All these red arrows are showing the connectivity between the project's roads or driveways and the existing public roads. We can see that there is perhaps the opportunity for better connectivity to the north, better connectivity to the east, so this connectivity can continue going forward. We'll be interested in what the board might say about whether we should be trying to get additional connectivity here. And this road does stub out that when there's a big canal there in a 100-foot right-of-way, but when development comes to the east, this road could be extended, and this road could be extended, and this road could be extended. There are two particular intersections that have require additional attention and discussion. One is the intersection between Indrio Road and the commercial section of the property. Now, this is a Florida Department of Transportation road. We don't, as a county, have control over it. Initially, a right-in, right-out was proposed. My understanding now is that it's based on their negotiations with Florida Department of Transportation. It will be a right-in only. The staff has not been supportive of this access for the reason that it's so close to Cobelgard Road and because we're actually getting into the beginnings of the I-95 on-ramp. Maybe right-in only, that certainly eliminates some of the problem, but there's still concerns about that intersection, even though we do not control Indrio Road. The other intersection, which is of some concern, is this one between the multifamily and the commercial and Cobelgard, in what kind of access and what kind of turning maneuvers will be permitted there. The applicant is requesting and proposing a more vigorous intersection where more turning maneuvers are permitted. And from the purpose of the TVC, where we want people to be able to easily get back and forth and we want the streets to be interconnected, there's also some weight in that direction. But there'll be a significant traffic coming from the north and from the south. The issue of this intersection and its proximity to this proposed roundabout and its proximity to this large intersection causes some constraints on what might be permitted there. So this is just showing the Bednar Farms proposal coming out of the multifamily. They would permit, northbound right turn, southbound left turn, and then a through trip across. Of course, coming north on Cobelgard, left turn in, right turn in, or forward. Coming south on Cobelgard, right turn in, left turn in, straight. And then just coming out of the commercial sector, there wasn't a need to provide for a left turn onto Cobelgard because there are other ways to get to the north. So that'd be a right turn and a straight. The Public Works Department, led by engineers, has been suggesting that that this roadway here should be coming out of the multifamily, be limited to right turn in and right turn out. And similarly, the commercial section, right turn in, right turn out, due to the proximity with the circle and the proximity to the intersection and the queuing and the volume of traffic that the applicant's transportation report indicates. One of the issues that comes up with this scenario, if this is right in and right out, the multifamily project coming in from Indrio, they can only, it's also only right in and right out. They will have to come up and go around, so that there is potential need for more connectivity for not only pedestrians but vehicles between the multifamily section and the townhouse and small lot residential section, and maybe that connection perhaps could be there. We'll also need to be providing for some future connection or plan for this general commercial lot that's not a part of the project to be able to have some cross-access, because their access to the roads will be very constrained. So this is the street network. And one of the reasons that we're pointing this out, as discussed previously, originally Cobalt Guard was going to be located when we were planning, the county was planning for this, Cobalt Guard would be to the east of where it actually got constructed. And it points to the need for a vigorous road network, because really we need this road too. Just because Cobalt Guard got built here, we need this road. And if we could know that this road was going to occur too, that allows people who will be going to the new school over on Johnson, or just trying to avoid the congestion or the volume there at that intersection, to be able to go to the east. And that might be thinking about how this particular development handles its interconnectivity as well. There's the project again, and showing the Cobalt Guard Road as it was originally planned. You want to chime in, I think? So moving away from the access and connectivity, the open space. So as we've discussed under cross-examination from Brad, that the planned retail workplace does not establish a minimum open space requirement, because it was it's anticipated to primarily be commercial. The residential would be in multifamily and live-work units and that kind of thing. But the others and all the other standards that apply to plan unit development open space is this: PUD 35%, PNRD if it's bigger than 10 acres, 25%, plan mixed-use development 25%, plan towns and villages. This would develop as a village. If it had to develop as a village inside the urban service district, they'd be required to provide 40% open space. So when staff is advocating for additional open space for all the maybe 2,800 people who might eventually be living in Bednar Farms, I don't think we're talking about these kinds of numbers. Given the location, the high value of the property, we're not way out in some rural area, but we do believe there is more open space needed for the people in that neighborhood. So they're providing 19%. Total open space, including the stormwater treatment areas or the flowway. When we look at open space as parks and greens, it's down to 5%. Now, we're less concerned, of course, with the southwest portion, which is commercial, but the northwest and the east, it's a small amount. Even though, it's interesting, the east is 6% of the land value, but there'll be many more residents there. So on a per dwelling basis, the eastern neighborhood is providing about half of what the common open space will be for the 40 and 50 foot wide single family neighborhood. So, staff initially, back in the December Planning and Zoning Commission first public hearing, we had initially recommended that the open space in the eastern residential neighborhood be increased to 5 acres. There was objection to that, and so we revised our recommendation to have a more general recommendation to increase the amount and enhance the function of the open space in the eastern neighborhood I thought that we had applicants' agreement to that. It was at the meeting agreed to. Then Planning and Zoning Commission at its January meeting, when they recommended approval of this rezoning and preliminary regulating plan, they recommended that the open space in the eastern neighborhood be increased to 7.5 acres. So it's at 4 acres now, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended 7.5 acres. That was done on the basis of how much open space per dwelling unit, that number. So the flowway is one of the other areas where we're still discussing with the applicant and maybe agreeing to disagree at this point, but this is one of the depictions from the comprehensive plan. Now we know that this kind of vision probably did require some new entity to be established, perhaps maybe some public land needed to be acquired. But even if this kind of vision isn't achievable currently because of the regulation of stormwater, there are many other very doable and achievable goals for the flowway in the comprehensive plan and in the land development code. So this is the flowway as it's proposed by the applicant. You saw it. This is just another idea. One of the themes in the comprehensive plan talks about the canal network. You can see the difference in the artistic skills. This is my drawing. So these blue lines are the canals, and one of the themes in the comp plan is to orient the flowway along the canals because they make a rational and logical place to locate them, but it also allows for when the flowway, when the development comes in, for example, to the north of this project, if they also located their flowway along the existing drainage canal, and to the east, when this property develops, if they located their flowway along the canal, we would get quite a large, wide green space flowway that would provide for the walking and the bicycling and the wildlife. And it's consistent with the plans that the flowway should link the land necessary for water management both within the site as well as existing neighboring flowways. That we should look to create an interconnected network for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as non-motorized trails along the flowway. If it was something like this, I think it's about a mile. We would have a trail that would be a continuous trail for a mile. So getting back to more consistent with what the applicant is proposing and recommending perhaps much more modest tweaks that allow them to move forward with their basic plan, but providing for additional connectivity and providing for a little more open space. So here we're proposing that the flowway be connected in a way that's open to the air, not in a pipe underground, but that someone could see the water flowing under the road. Providing a little bit more green space near the flowway, which makes this wonderful amenity of the lake more of an amenity for the lots that don't front on the lake, that they can have more advantage of the lake. Creating the continuity so that as the water is flowing towards the canal, reminding us all that, this water is all going to the Indian River Lagoon. And that's why one of the reasons we care so much about the quality. Providing a little more connectivity along Spanish Lakes Boulevard so that more of a linear path could be provided. And some additional little pocket parks. Maybe there could be a little tot lot. Maybe there could be a gazebo here to increase the functionality and the residential enjoyment of the space. Again, remembering that one of the key goals of the flowway is to reduce the runoff volume and to improve the water quality prior to discharge into the Indian River Lagoon. And again, this one with the connectivity, when and if it develops to the north, you know, if that flowway comes down towards the canal, it could be a beautiful little pedestrian bridge connecting it. Perhaps at some point we will be developing some pathways along the canal banks for walking and bicycling. Again, this, by providing this kind of continuity there and by having the flow up to the property boundary, it creates the potential for continuity to the north. So one of the things about the flowway, there is a lot of text in the policies in the Land Development Code with regard to restoration, preservation and restoration of natural areas. You know, this area has been farmed. There's not a lot of natural resources or native habitat there anymore. But the code recognizes that in more urban environments, you could have a more urban type flowway. You know, you could harden the path if you needed to, so it can be context sensitive. And the last item is the potential residential forms. So in the eastern neighborhood, we've talked about the 30-foot wide lots and the townhouse lots. This is this shows a little bit like what like say this stretch could look like with 30-foot wide lots all the way along, each of them having a driveway, many of them having two-car driveways. If we measure that, well, they'll still have to provide some like additional design elements like the two-car garage, the two garage doors, and paving, pavers instead of just asphalt or concrete. But you could see that we could have a pretty long and continuous streetscape of garages. And I understand also that what was explained by Ms. Morton about not putting alley-loaded houses along the outside. One of the disadvantages of this plan is, to the extent rear-loaded garages and alleys are a little more expensive, then these people will be paying a little more money, and they don't have the advantage across the street of the same view of an uninterrupted sidewalk with lots of street trees. Instead, when they look across the street, there will be lots of driveways. But so this is something, it was discussed tonight, maybe this neighborhood could also have more diversity of lots like is being proposed across the street. So staff's recommendation is that the flowway should be modified to more close. Staff's recommendation is to approve the rezoning to the planned retail workplace and to approve the preliminary regulating plan for reasons that Brad advocated and we have advocated. The mix of uses, it's achieving a lot of what the TVC is seeking to achieve. But our recommendation for approval is subject to these recommended conditions of approval: that the flowway be modified to more closely align with the comprehensive plan vision and policy and applicable regulations, that the usable open space in the residential neighborhoods be increased in quantity and the functionality enhanced. If the board so determines, that the regulating plan be modified to allow for future roadway connectivity to the north. I believe the plan to the east does allow for future roadway connectivity. The applicant and the staff must continue to work together to identify some hybrid street sections to provide on-street loading and deliveries near the building entrances for the multifamily, and also to new street sections in the residential areas that recognize the many driveway crossings. The proposed street section doesn't acknowledge all those driveway crossings. I believe the regulating plan needs to be amended to remove a note that refers to payment in lieu of constructing sidewalks on the south side of Spanish Lakes. With regard to buses, we need a note on the plan acknowledging that the residential neighborhoods must plan for and accommodate the school buses, and that a public transit stop or stops plural must be placed in a location to be determined in consultation with the area rapid transit. Today's meeting, staff is recommending that the board give us your ideas and the applicant your ideas regarding the policy and regarding access and connectivity, open space, the flowway, and we're asking that the public hearing be continued until the second reading of the Land Development Code, which I believe will be April 2nd. And that concludes my presentation, and Corey and I are happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Mr. Curry?
Thank you, Chair Townsend. Again, for the record, Brad Curry. It was funny, I didn't do it on purpose, but it comes back. When Irene first started presenting, she used the word compromise. And I wrote it almost on every page because I wanted to remember to say it, and I forgot to say it in my first presentation. But I'm going to say it now. Part of this project is a compromise. We're not going to have the perfect TVC plan, if there is such a thing, and we're not going to completely obliterate the TVC, again, if there is such a thing. We're going to try to come to a compromise. And I think we're very, very close. And the 3 points that Irene had up on the screen there a little while ago, I think I have them memorized. The flowway, interconnectivity, and open space, I think were the 3 things that this is all boiled down to from the regulating plan standpoint. And for the open space, I can tell you that prior to the next meeting that we have, we will work with staff and come up with more open space. We will do that prior to the next meeting. Again, compromise. For the interconnection of other projects to the north, east, south, west, whichever direction you want to take, it's extremely difficult. One of the things that frustrates me is being a consultant and dealing with municipalities is that I always say they want the cake and eat it too. So staff wants us to have interconnected roadways where we have other people using our private roadways, but they don't want to take over the roadways and maintain them as public roadways. So now my community that, I'm the president of the HOA has to pay for repaving all these roads when the community next to me is the one that's tearing up the roads. Becomes a nightmare. So interconnectivity of roadways is extremely difficult when you're talking about private roadways. So I don't think that's something that we can compromise on. The flowway. Irene's graphic that she's put up there, that's not the first time I've seen that, and I love that graphic. But I don't think Irene's graphic tells the whole story. That flowway that she showed on her plan that she said could be a couple 100 feet wide would never happen, would never be one flowway that's 100 feet wide, because the drainage district would not allow me to intermingle my water with their water or intermingle my water with the water to the north, the property to the north. So you would have 3 separate canals is what you would have there. And maybe Irene and staff are okay with that, but that's not what was shown on the screen as part of what the flowway was going to be. Because you don't have one district managing all of this, you go through South Florida Water Management District, and South Florida requires us to maintain our water on our property and have one outfall. So we aren't allowed to intermingle our stormwater with the Drainage District Canal or with any water to the north or to the east of us. Again, not something that I can compromise on or that my client can compromise on. So out of the 3 items, I will come back with a plan on April the 2nd that shows more open space. I would like for some feedback on the flowway that we've prepared before on the regulating plan that's here tonight. And I would also like the interconnection to be discussed. And we'll come back with the best plan that we can possibly come back with. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Let's talk about the Cold Board access. I was going to see how staff, so again, another thing of where staff, I don't mean to pick on staff. I love staff and they know I love them. But the county, I should say, maybe I'll blame you guys. The county wants their cake and eat it too, meaning that they want interconnected streets of the TVC. They want slow traffic down. They want multiple ways to get in and out of a project, but I can't have a full access movement because I'm too close to an intersection. I'm restricting my access because I'm too close to this. I don't have the right queuing links. I can't do both things. I can't have interconnection, and then when I have interconnection, staff says, or the county says, I hate saying staff, the county says, you can't have a full access there because you're too close to this intersection, you're too close to that intersection. I think if that network, street network that Corey and Irene put up, if that were built, we wouldn't have an issue with having full access at our spot on Cold Boulevard. If there was a diverter that went around this area as was shown on that plan, if that was implemented, if the properties to the north of us built some of those east-west connections that relieved Cold Boulevard Road, then I don't believe it would be as big of an issue to have our full access where we propose it. We can work with staff on those turning movements. I think what was shown to you tonight was a little bit aggressive. For example, we aren't proposing to go across the street at that intersection. The left into the commercial is by far the most important turning movement at that intersection. We do not have a project without a left in at that intersection. We do not have a project without that left in. The left out for the multifamily is also critical, but the multifamily people could go up and do around the roundabout if they had to, or they could access off of Indrio. They have other access points. But I want to work with staff and come back to you at the next reading, or the next hearing. It's actually the next reading, next hearing, and talk about the access. I feel comfortable or confident that we can work with staff and come up with that intersection that works for my client and for the county. So you're welcome to provide your comments and whatever you want to talk about, but I'm going to come back to you with an open space plan that is acceptable to both staff and to ourselves, with an access at that first entrance on Cold Boulevard that is happy with staff. I think the flowway we have now is what we're going to be stuck with. I shouldn't say stuck with, what we're going to leave at. And then the access is what we're going to have as well for the surrounding to the north and south. I'll shut up now. It's getting late.
All right, thanks. I don't know that this matters, but when you were doing your presentation, Irene, where it said a maximum of 25% of residential units, you said minimum. But then you were striking the whole thing, so that's not going to matter, Mr. McIntyre, is it? I didn't think so. I just wanted to clarify. Okay. Now that we've cleared that. I see Commissioner Late leaning forward. Do you have a question?
Brad, with the connectivity that you were talking about, could that be rectified by flipping the subdivisions around and putting the larger homes over on the east side versus the west?
I think that commercial piece is really the part that's important to us. So I don't know.
I'm not talking about commercial. I'm talking about.
Understand what you're saying. Okay. I don't know that helps us from an access standpoint, from a vehicle access or from a pedestrian or connection to the north or anything else. No, sir. I don't know that would help us.
Okay. And then, is there anything that you could do to correct? And the video shows exactly what my concerns are. You've got cars up and down the street. There is no parking. And when you get into these townhouses, you're going to have, probably a husband, wife, and a child in there, and at least 2 cars. And there's going to be no place to park except outside.
I made note of that, Commissioner Leet, and I will speak with my team about it and have a better answer for you when we get back the next time.
Okay.
Commissioner Bartz, anything? Commissioner Fowler?
So looking at that same map, one of the things I was going to ask, because when they're so condensed like this, it's hard to tell the spacing. But the purple circle where we're talking about just south of the roundabout, would it be feasible or would it be a complete nightmare to install another roundabout there?
We did discuss that just yesterday. Commissioner Fowler, and I think that is something that we could discuss. I don't know if it would function having two of those that close together. I'm not a traffic engineer. We do have a traffic engineer here with us tonight, but I was once told by a wise person that when your traffic engineer starts talking, you've already lost. So no offense to So we will definitely, we'll work with staff and come up with the best location of the roundabout. It could be that we move that one down. We're not quite sure, but I think I spoke with staff during this meeting just a little while ago, and I got the feeling that we could work together on this. So I think I can come back with something at the next meeting. I'll blame myself. I didn't really know this access was an issue until Thursday of last week. I thought we had settled this access, and it reared its ugly head again last Thursday. And so I've been dealing with it since Thursday. So give me another month, and we'll get it worked out.
Brad, if I could make a comment.
Commissioner Lead, excuse me, hang on. Commissioner Fowler speaking.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, my apologies. And then as far as the stormwater pond, I don't know whether Public Works can speak to that. If you need that much, maybe some of your additional open space could come from a reduction of those. But again, I don't know if you need that much.
Great that you asked that question, Commissioner Fowler. So I'm telling a lot of my secrets tonight, and one of my secrets is I tell people that most of the time the sites in South Florida in our area are about 2 feet low, and you got to add 3 foot where you have your building pad. Typically, that's the general rule. This site's about 5 feet low, the whole thing. So we are very short on fill. So if we would need to have more lake on this property than what we're showing. We may have to import fill. With all the lakes that we show in there, we still may have to import because it is so low.
Give us another lake.
Yeah, and then I'll give you less open space. I'm sure.
Thank you.
Are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Lee?
Yeah, the comment I was going to make, if you've been to Spanish Lakes, the Westmoreland, they have 4 roundabouts in a very short distance, and the traffic flows wonderfully.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how far the distance is between the two, but my experience, it would work out much better.
And I think you're referencing Sandpiper, not Spanish Lakes. You
yes,
said
I'm
Spanish
sorry.
Lakes.
You're correct. Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead. Commissioner Zadowski.
Well, I shared my comments. The 30-foot lots with 5-foot separation in a continuous pattern of approximately, I didn't count them all, I think it was like 18 or 20 in a row. You really got to refigure that. That's just, for me, I don't want to blow up the whole thing for that, but that's a no-go for me, just because it's terrible. Number one, the open space is de minimis at best in the areas in which you're going to have the highest density. You talked about getting and needing more fill. You could connect the 2 lakes between the townhouses and the multifamily, putting a nice bridge there coming east to west, and then have that flowway in between where the 30-foot units are, where you said this is the only area where they're all together, where they're 30-foot lots. So you can break that up with that meandering, call it a river, call it whatever you want. But now you add an additional opportunity for walkways. You could actually have the 2 communities combined together as I'm going to call it a greenways and trails internally to this project. So that's an opportunity. Again, losing some of the 30-foot lots to add green space, tot lots, whatever, you're going to have the greatest density in here. Whether the county provides a regional park for this community or not, it's inside this community where kids are going to be playing. Because if you're going to have a price point in which you're going to have multifamily units, you're going to have kids, and so they're going to need a place to go, or they're going to go running around the rest of the community, going into the single-family homes. You got one recreational area over here in which the single-family homes are supposed to, I guess, interact with these folks. I can tell you that if they're going to spend $800,000 for a home over here, or whatever the number is going to be for the single-family homes, they're not going to want to interact with a bunch of kids and folks that are renting and so on. It's a psychological thing. It's not the way it should be, but that's just human nature. So I have real concern about not having additional recreational space in the single-family home area. Again, 25% is not unreasonable, but where that comes from and where you place it. But when you have the highest density of people living with the least amount of open space, would you say 4% by comparison to 8, 10, 12% for the single-family homes? You had a graph. So that's got to be rethought. I want to thank the folks who have worked on this to bring this idea forward, because it does represent everything that we talked about in our workshops on the TVC. It's about trying to find the solutions to what is it's an award-winning plan, yet knowing today that it doesn't fit today's market, number one. There are a lot of challenges to it that are undefined. The flowway is undefined. I think open space has been a definition in this county for many, many years. So I think that's an easy place to go. But the fact that you have the multi-use going from apartment to townhouse to single-family home provides me with comfort that you guys are looking at how the TVC was developed, what it was thought to be, what it could be, and I appreciate that. I want to make sure that I say that out loud, that I'm appreciating how this has been developed. The flowway, undefinable, got it. The rear entry, you did that, even though you didn't have to, based on where we're going to probably go with your land development code change, your text amendment. But encouraging that and providing that opportunity, Tradition's a good example. If you take the core center where the town center is, where Publix is, you have the townhouses right up against the commercial. Not so much here. It's a little bit, taken back, but I still think it can work from a first go. It's not going to be tradition with the Publix and the town center and the church or the city hall, whatever you want to call it over there. But I think it's a good first approach to getting to this thing. I think the commercial is reimagined. I think it's something that this community needs. And Commissioner Lee, you talked about it a few times, about this community needs an entertainment section to go to. And based on the pictures, at least, that we saw, that's imagined. That's imagined. Whose lake is it to the west of the commercial? Is that your stormwater?
That'll be for the commercial, yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Because I was thinking that from a standpoint of connectivity, again, it's a bridge, but if you take a bridge over the two lakes, combine those two, connect the north-south lake with the larger commercial, I think that's an opportunity. And again, it provides elevations and changes and provides just that meandering look, if you will. And they're basically just stormwater ponds, but they're not really flowing, right? But you put some bubblers in there, put some fountains in there. Now it makes it an amenity for the entire community, north and the commercial area. You have the walkway, the sidewalk, the multi-use path that comes through and meanders back around to Spanish Lakes. I think that's fabulous. So a lot of that is good. And when we talk about open space, it's not all places for soccer and throwing a ball. It's really about a place to just have comfort, read a book, have a quiet time. And again, back to the thought process of sprinkling, that might be a concept that you try and fit in somewhere along the 30-foot lots. I'm really concerned about the 30-foot lots with 5-foot spacing without any breaks. Every 6 units have an open lot. Something like that's got to be in there, because it just looks like a Lego block, and a really bad Lego block plan in and of itself. So those are my thoughts. But I can just say to you that having gone through the iterations, the workshops on the TVC, the input from the development community, the input from the residents in the area, we saw a plan earlier tonight, 40% open space, preservation, conservation land. That was a plan that really I really liked a lot. This doesn't have that, right? It is a different type of plan because of where it is and the opportunity they're in. But I'm supportive of how you guys have come to this point, workforce housing, essential housing, being able to move to different locations, having your job corridor also possibly because of the commercials there. Did you talk about a bus stop
they
in this
did.
area?
They talked about it.
I
We have
missed
a
it.
condition of approval that requires us to locate at least
there.
one, maybe multiple transit
That's what I
facilities.
did in the art.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So there's parking space. Yeah. Back to the parking spaces. Is there going to be enough parking? Single garage opening. You said you're going to go to all double garages, no single.
So the 30-foot lots will have 20% two-car garages, and the remainder will be one-car garage. The 40-foot wide lots will have all two-car garages, and the 50s will have all two-car garages.
I know the place that I built when I first moved here had 1.5 car garages, and with the number of units, the limited driveways, there was not enough places to park. I actually lost my home because I had to move because I couldn't live in my own home with a wife and a child in a car. That's a concern for whoever's going to live here.
I'm going to ask that question, Commissioner, and find out more about the community that we saw the video of. Where do they park? Just so you know, on that piece, we do have a small parking area, a parking lot on the east side that will provide some parking. Plus, we have the on-street parking. So we'll do a calculation to determine about how many spaces we have there, and then determine. So we know every unit will have at least 2 spaces. Whether you count the garage or not, I guess would be something we could consider. But we'll come back with some parking data that demonstrates how much parking we have.
Because I think at Tradition they have at least 2 floors, maybe 3, behind the City Hall.
They do. That's mostly for the commercial.
And it's not enough. The Tradition's parking's terrible.
Yeah.
It's
Anyway.
as bad as downtown Fort Pierce.
Well, those are my thoughts for tonight. You get to come back.
Okay, so I'm not going to rehash what he said. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Zadowski for the most part. However, one of my recommendations was going to be along that corridor, like every 6th, have a lot that you designate for open space to break it up some. And then it's going to give you more open space. And I'd like to see more areas where there's going to be parking because you're going to have company and you're going to have kids grow up or whatever. So I do want to see a little bit more areas that there's going to be some more parking because like Tradition, you go there now and there's no place to park. So let's backtrack though. Let's go back to item 5. We need to have a motion that we're going to take
We
this
need
the
to
second-
open the public hearing, I think.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah. And we also need to then go to item 6, and that's quasi-judicial. So let's go ahead and do item 5 first. We're going to go to the text amendment to move it forward to the April 2nd meeting, and this is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to come forward? Please come forward. Thank you for spending the night with us.
How are you? Gustavo Lumer. Nice to see you, Madam Chairman. Council. It got long. I thought I was going to come here to give a good word for our neighbors and support them. And it's interesting to see everything everybody's saying and the public. I hope you can help them develop this. So we are across the street. For the ones that still don't know me, it's like we own the southeast corner of Indra on 995. So I just came here to give support. And thank you for all your work. And I hope you liked the chocolates last time. I don't know if you tried them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board. So would somebody like to make a motion to move this forward to April 2nd for the second reading?
I'll make a motion to move it forward to April 2nd at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter for its second reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Item 6. This is quasi-judicial. We'll begin with you, Commissioner Lee.
Brad Carey, applicant and staff.
Commissioner Zadowski.
I don't know that I talked to Brad. Did I talk to you? Did I want to? Actually, the same set and Kara's with the group. Okay. All right. And staff.
Commissioner Bartz.
I think I've got the same people.
Commissioner Fowler.
Likewise.
And I have spoke to everybody that was mentioned as well. So, okay, so this was just recommendations, which I think you already got. I don't think we need to rehab this. I think you have your notes. I think you know that looking over there at the guys that you got to come up with a little bit more open space and some of the parking garages and stuff. Smile.
Oh, yeah, Brad, well, in the multi-unit, multifamily unit, where the purple dot is, go to the east, there seems to be an easy way to just go continuing north and then using that roundabout to take pressure off of that intersection. So they come up here and they make the left turn, go around the roundabout and come out. Just throwing it out there.
You're
as a
talking
suggestion.
about to leave the site or to?
No, I'm talking about internally to take pressure off that intersection where you have the purple.
Right there where it now says now, is that what you're talking about?
Connect that there so that they then make that roundabout and then come out the Indrio. That way you're not dumping all that into that intersection there where you have the limited queuing space from Indrio coming in.
Don't get Corey started with his drawing. Yes, sir, we would definitely consider that.
I think they're going to come back with some different scenarios. Because I mean, I would even like to see up here where it comes out to Emerson.
Yes.
Something to alleviate something in there too. But I'm curious to have that conversation. I'm sure you're going to meet with all of us before you come back to the drawing board again, Brad. So thanks for being here. Okay, that concludes our public hearings. We're going to move into item 11A.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just two things. First of all, I think we need to open the public hearing on item 6.
Okay, you're right.
I would just suggest that we are going to continue it, it looks like, so it'd be better if you waited until the 2nd of April. But if you're not going to be here, then we'd certainly consider it. And then there needs to be a motion to continue this to a time and date certain, April
Okay.
2nd.
I just didn't know that we needed the motion for this because we were just having conversation. So item 6 is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board. Is there a motion to move this forward?
I'll motion to move it forward to, do I need to say a date?
Yes, April
April
2nd.
2nd at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter.
April 2nd, 6 p.m. or soon thereafter.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Thank you for being here tonight. We'll go on to item 11A1.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Corey Benton for the record, planning manager, and I have the privilege of serving as the county's historic preservation officer. This particular agenda item, a regular agenda, was presented as such, requesting a permission to advertise two hearings, two agenda items, for this board to take an action on the St. Lucie County Historical Commission's recommendation to designate a property at 6701 Indrio Road as locally significant as a historic property, as well as the property owner's initiated request. These are parallel requests, but distinctly different under the Land Development Code. Again, for 6701 Indrio Road, known as the Binney Estate, also known as Florindia. This property holds various structures of architectural, historical significance, and as we've discussed this evening, relation to Edwin Binney and his family and their contributions to our community, St. Lucie County, the region, and abroad are quite well documented. So staff is seeking that the board would schedule public hearing to consider these parallel designation requests at their April 2nd, 2024 meeting. One thing that staff wanted to note for the record, in the published agenda packet this evening, we provided a wide variety of documentation, including the designation reports that were submitted to the Historical Commission previously, and draft resolutions, which is our typical protocol. Staff did err, and there's one typographical error. For permission to advertise, we typically put that flex shall be or shall not be approved or denied because it's pending a future action and consideration by the board. It simply says shall not be designated. That was not in the intention of staff because staff's recommendation is actually that the property be designated, but that's subject to a hearing that we're asking for your permission to advertise for 2 separate action items in the future, but 1 action item requested of staff by staff at this moment to allow us to schedule those hearings for April 2nd to designate the Binney Estate as locally significant.
Okay, thanks, Corey. I just want to, I mean, I'm sure you all know this, but I want to remind everybody that we have to be careful because of the property rights and also moving this forward. This is for state designation, correct, Corey?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the applicant has expressed interest in pursuing designation on the National Register of Historic Places, as well as their parallel petition to designate the site locally. There are some, carrots and sticks associated with a historically designated property that staff will certainly dive into more at a future hearing.
When we have it. And I see the applicants are here too. I just want to mention that if you are pursuing for the future a bed and breakfast, which under the code 71020, it allows that under that use, you might want to have that conversation with staff because you can make that application at the same time that you're going to be doing this, and it avoids you having to come back for another whole process. I know that there's been some conversations in that, so I'm just trying to encourage you to have that conversation with staff as well.
And having been one who did a historic renovation, understand that there are significant costs outside of what you may do with construction, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, so just make sure you follow up with staff and the things you can and can't do. So with all that said, does anybody have any questions?
No, ma'am.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that takes us into item 12. Mr. Landry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maite will be handling 12 and Jason will be handling 13 for those that are still watching this.
Good evening. So the upcoming meetings, the Board of County Commissioners will hold an informal meeting on Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 at 9 a.m. and a regular meeting on Friday, March 22nd, 2024 at 9 a.m. Both in these commission chambers located at 2300 Virginia Avenue, Fort Pierce. And just a special note, the board will also be holding a special town hall meeting to discuss railroad quiet zones on March 26th at 6 p.m. Located here in these chambers at 2300 Virginia Avenue, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Okay, Maite, would you please say one more time, because I've had a lot of phone calls on this. Repeat again the time for the quiet zones.
The Quiet Zone Town Hall meeting will be March 26th at 6 p.m. within these chambers.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to announcements.
Public safety staff will host a series of community preparedness presentations to help residents better prepare for disasters. These short informational sessions will cover shelter information, special needs registration, disaster kits, and more. Presentations are scheduled for Thursday, March 14 from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Fenn Center, 2000 Virginia Avenue, Fort Pierce, and Wednesday, March 20 from 11 a.m. to noon at the Lakewood Park Branch, 7605 Santa Barbara Drive, Fort Pierce. Next, celebrate St. Patty's Day with free Leprechaun Luau pool parties hosted by the St. Lucie County's Aquatics Division at all 3 public pools during spring break. These free events will feature games, food, drinks, and more. Tuesday, March 19 from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Ravenswood Pool, 400 Southwest Ravenswood Lane, Port St. Lucie. Wednesday, March 20 from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Lakewood Park Regional Park, 5990 Emerson Avenue, Fort Pierce. Thursday, March 21 from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Arthur Lee Boatwright Pool, 1200 Avenue M, Fort Pierce. And finally, St. Lucie County Parks, Recreation, and Facility staff will host a special Tea the Beverage and Tea the Golf accessory Easter Bunny brunch event at Fairwinds Golf Course on Saturday, March 23 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Admission is $10 for adults and $5 for children, and will feature an Alice in Wonderland themed brunch with sandwiches, fruit, cookies, drinks, and other goodies. Children can also enjoy an Easter egg hunt, bounce house, playing golf, making crafts, and hanging out with the Easter Bunny. For questions, call the Fence Center at 772-462-1521.
Good job. Okay, and I'm sure Eric's going to have these out there on our social media and up on the site. So thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Everybody have a nice evening.